desktop audio is really loud. I'm gonna like turn that down a little bit. Okay. Hopefully that's not terrible. I still feel like it's still terrible. I don't know. Let me know if I'm unnecessarily changing volumes. I'm really bad with audio because I can't hear it. I don't know how it sounds. I just assume it sounds fine. Also, if you hear noises, I have mac and cheese because I was really late eating my lunch. So here we are. Yeah. So hi. We're gonna be doing some illustrative work today. Oh my gosh, I'm so hungry. Right now what I'm doing is I'm looking for poses so that I have a good idea of like the pose I want, and then I'm gonna spend some time doing some pose study. And then hopefully get started on the actual thing today. Good luck. It's a 5-hour stream, so like in theory it should be possible. I'm still trying to figure out the exact setup that I want. I'm really sorry about my mac and cheese. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to keep it as far away from the mic as possible. Okay. Second. I'm gonna check. Oh yeah. So the other things. I still need to figure out. I have to find some time with Willow to do a test stream and figure out why my mic randomly goes robotic. I still haven't figured that out yet. And what else? What other housekeeping thingies? I turned off my Discord. Oh, you can never mind. You can hear the Discord notification from. Looks like I gotta fix that. Grace's computer. Ah! Dang it. Nar. Hey, Kenneth. One moment. I gotta turn up the sound on this computer because I keep forgetting. Okay, there we go. Seal arrive? Howdy. Oh, Kenneth, today you are first. That is an impressive feat. One moment. And I will brandish your name for many to see. Congrats on being the first today. Awesome. Alright. Also, again, I'm sorry if my mac and cheese is loud and obnoxious. I'm trying to keep it as far away from the mic as possible, but I'm hungry. You did it. You're first today. So, I hope you guys all had a good weekend, by the way. I need to get back into the groove of still using my computer over the weekend. I just have, from my previous job, I have this, like, habit of just not wanting to touch my computer after 5 p.m. And there's, like, a bunch of stream stuff that I need to work on so that when I continue to do streams, they continue to be better and not just the same. Meaning, I gotta figure out why my voice randomly becomes robotic. And also, I need to, I want to change my overlay and stuff. And, what else? Make sure the audio is actually good, because I can't tell. I assume that the audio is not terrible, but, I can't hear it. So, as far as I'm aware, it could be perfect. I think it's great, but it could actually just be not great. Yeah. I hope you guys are having a good day. We're gonna be sketching some vampires today. And 1 second. Okay, checking my messages. Okay. I need to find some more poses that I want to do. I'm having a hard time finding some on Clip Studios, like, reference things, so I'm just gonna have to grab some pictures from, like, the internet. Just for the overall. It seems good? Awesome. That makes me happy. Joshy, because, like, I can't tell. I have no idea. And I'm just doing my best. So, I'm thinking, like, so this is gonna be Emil, which is Advocate's kind of OC persona. And they're kind of like a vampire nobleman, I believe. I need to pull up the fact sheet, actually, so I have a good idea of what I'm doing here. Hopefully I don't have any Windows noises today. It might still happen, but I'm trying. Where is it? Where's Emil's fact sheet? I have it here somewhere. That's the nice. I have it on here. There it is. There we go. Gotta open up a PDF really quick. I heard Emil and I was like, yeah, he is. Listen, vampires, we like vampires. Isn't that right? We do love a good vampire. You're valid, Linkle. I love Emil. I love Emil's design so much. Sorry about my eating. Right. So, I'm thinking, like, I have to double check the character sheet. Let me just see if I can get a good idea of, like, intelligent, good strategy. Yep. Physically weak. Shrimp baby. So, that's okay, I thought so. Ah, shoot! Hey, Aqua! I will drink some water. I don't have my model today, but trust me, I'm drinking water because I need it. Thank you for telling me to drink water. Let's see. Alright, so... yeah, I feel pretty confident in the way I feel like I'm going to portray him with the pose. But I want to find a couple more stoic-y poses, or rapier poses, since that's what he uses from the fact sheet I'm looking at. Let's see. Let's find some good poses that are like, because I want it to be the pose I want because this is like a reference sheet. The pose needs to be like one hand slim, so it's not like outward, but it still needs to have enough contrapposto to it. That meaning like when you have a pose, if your shoulders and your hips are at opposite angles, that's considered contrapposto, which is counter posture, I think. It's been a while since I've taken an art class. But I'm feeling like I really like I'm trying to find a pose that I can manipulate a little bit too, which is why I'm looking at references. I'm gonna grab some. Here's another one I really like. I'm gonna like do, it's a bit more feminine though, so I will have to account for that. I don't know if that will be a good or bad thing. And I also want the pose to show mostly the front view, since this is like a character, it's going to be like a character reference. So I believe that what we're going to be having is just one picture, but there might also be a side view and then a spot for like information, and then like a spot for items. So I'm going to draw his like rapier, which is a really cool design. Or at least like it's I'm going to be kind of, this is like a concept thing. I think a lot of this I'm going to be having to make, so hopefully it looks cool. I hope it looks cool. I think this is literally the post that one's from. So maybe kind of like this one too. Maybe not. Let's see. Man, I'm a little tired today. I went on a walk. And it was awesome, but now I just want to nap. How about... and I want it to be the front. I don't want any of these. There's some really cool poses, like those some from Senshi stock that are just always amazing. Oh yeah, walk tire. I freaking love that. I love Seraph's animations, man. So good. That's how I feel too. I took a walk, now I'm tired. I was kind of laying around for a hot minute before I ended up making myself something to eat, because I didn't eat before I went on my walk, which I can't decide if was a good or bad thing. Who knows? Not me. That's for sure. I don't want it to be too action-y. I kind of like the two poses I got here, but I wanted to have another so I could have a couple of, you know, I kind of like. I saw a couple of these where it's like the front view is they got the legs crossed over themselves, but again, I don't know if that's gonna have the same problem where it's like two. The hips. Alright, let's see. I'm gonna stick with these three because they're kind of similar but a little different. Where's my pen? Oh nar. There it is. My desk is a mess. I'm very organized actually. Super organized. Alright. And I'm just gonna grab the basic shape of this. So I'm gonna grab a basic shape of like where the eyes are and stuff. You know, where I believe the ear would be. And then want to get how much is the baseline off from. I can have a better view of it. And I'm just kind of like, I don't know. Posing is always something that I actually struggle with, so it's hard to explain what it is I'm doing here. But I try to get the line of action, which for this pose in particular is pretty stiff. But it should be because it's like a very noble pose, very like, you know, a little hoity-toity. But, you know, I try to get where the hips would be. They should probably be about here, although this has clothes on it. And I know that Emil is kind of a shrimp. So I might make the actual body a little bit thinner. So I think this person is actually a bit more drawn, a little bit more buff. Sometimes it's better to use poses of real people for that reason, but I ain't learning my lesson today. I don't like to draw, like, when I do my first, like, run through of the sketch, I don't tend to draw, like, a whole, what's the word? A whole lot of detail, because I don't want to get bit and bogged down in it. Like, I kind of like that they're holding this, but I don't think I'm actually going to do that. I think I want to have the arm down. I actually might have the arm hidden, depending, because I know that, does Emil have an actual cape? Or did I just imagine this? Because, like, in some pictures, yes. Yes, okay. So the answer is yes, because it's a very nobly kind of clothing. Maybe something like this. So then it would be totally valid to have, like, a kind of flowy cape that goes off of one side. Assuming, of course, that the outfit is the same, which is partly why I'm trying to decide if this pose is a good pose. Because if you think about, like, when you make a character, especially when you're making a character sheet, the idea of the character sheet is you want to be able to see most of the character so that you have a good idea of, like, everything that is on the character, and so that if someone wants to draw from that character picture, that they have, like, a good idea. So, already I'm, like, kind of unsure about this pose being the official pose, but I also kind of like the mystery of having one arm, like, hidden. So, if you want to know how my brain works, that's it. It's a lot of second guessing. Look at these little tootsies. Also, in art school they tell you not to draw duck feet. I'm here to tell you, yeah, you probably shouldn't, but I definitely super still do, so. Don't necessarily look at me for good advice on not drawing duck feet, because I definitely draw duck feet. I am duck feet entrepreneur. 1-800-GOT-DUCK-FEET. So, like, here's an idea pose where, like, the arm is hidden in this kind of float. Very mysterious. Ooh. Duck walk! It's like, so, the reason for it is because if you draw, like, a duck foot, then you make the foot inherently too flat, or you don't consider where the foot is grounded in you know, like when people do things like backgrounds, you know, you want to be able to consider that. But you know, I just think that a foot, this is, you know, the foot definitely be a little duck-like, you know? I'm not saying that humans are ducks, but they are ducks. There's one. And then I'm gonna kind of go to another pose. We're gonna do the same thing we did before, where we're just kind of figuring out, like, where we want positioning of body parts. Now this one has a very long neck, but it might also just be because the face actually might be down here, but it's hard to tell because it's like actually like the face is leaning up a little bit. So something I will consider. I think I might not do this arm the way it is. I might change that. So for now, we're going to just get. I'm gonna have to be careful about, because this is a more feminine presenting model. I think I might actually be wrong on that. I might be boo boo fool. I can't tell. Well, since I can't tell, I will have to account for that. This model is me, actually. What is your gender? No. That's me. Anyway. I will have to consider that in this. There. But I like the idea of giving the rapier, at least, like, so for instance with this drawing I'd probably have it here, although this isn't rapier scabbard, so this hand might change, because I don't think that's how you would put your hand on a rapier scabbard. I'm actually not quite sure. That just looks like, I'm not quite sure what that sword is. I don't know swords, actually. If that's what that is. Let's see here. I didn't actually draw where the line of action is, but a lot of the— Wah! Kenyor! Wah!
Monsieur, can you have 5 emails into people's inbox?
Thank you so much for gifting 5 tier 1 subs! You mad lad! Thank you so much! And Logistics, Aqua, Dragon, Wen, and Kai. I don't know if you guys are in here, but if y'all are in here, say thank you so much to Kenyor for just coming in clutch with 5 gift subs. Holy moly! I am just— listen, no. Listen, it is generous. I'm so awkward. Thank you so much, everyone. Kenyor here is the person that I did the previous thing I was working on Friday. And he is a French gamer, streamer. I don't really quite know exactly, but I know that he was doing a lot of GTA RP. And he's very funny. And we have been working together on a lot of stuff, so, you know, you should definitely give him a follow. He's really nice. Gosh, I'm literally, I've been stun locked. Thank you so much. And I think you might be right, Kenneth, that I think it's a scimitar. My brain cut right now is trying to— I'm shook. I don't even know it's shit. I really appreciate it, but, you know, we will talk more about some of the other stuff that we want to work on. And this also reminds me that I need to, like, unsoft my one breath at a time. Listen, he gifted me a sub and then he make jokes. He's a funny man. Look at him. I appreciate it. God, I will have to talk more with you on some of the stuff, and it also reminds me that I need to unsoft lock my commissions, because I kind of opened them, but I haven't actually, like, made it definitive on a lot of stuff. because I'm a wishy-washy person with my prices. I don't know how much my work is worth, but, you know, I'll figure it out. Dang, Kenyor, you freaking coming in, slapping me with a baguette, obviously, right? That's how that works. And then just kind of, you know, walking away. I see how it is. No, but anyway, I really appreciate it. I don't want to keep talking about it because I feel really awkward. Shit. Okay. Got an iron rifle. Yes. Those, I think I have one too. When I went to Paris, they definitely have a lot of them around Paris. I can't remember if I actually got one or not, but I think I did. If you throw it hard enough, Kenyor, you'll probably hit me in the head. I'm sure. That they're not too far away, right? Florida and France, they're not too far. Probably. I don't know. I've never seen a map. This here. This is not a very good rapier, but it's fine. It works. It works for what we want. I think I also have to account for height here because I'm super just kind of doing not the same height. So I might I mean, he's kind of tall, so I might actually do this as the height and then actually just make this one bigger. I gotta dodge the Eiffel Tower sellers when I come. Oh, that's wait, they even bother people who like work there? Who like live there? That's how do you just because they definitely I can understand like bothering tourists because I feel like you can tell when someone is a tourist. You know, the person who's confused and just kind of aimlessly wandering, but like if you live there, I'd just be like, bro, I'm from here. Stop it. Leave me alone. Oh my god. So they're that's a good tactic if you think about it. You know, if you just gotta stand in front of them and then bada bing bada boom. Instant customer. I think I'm gonna do that. So it's still a little bit not quite the right height. There we go. I just want to keep them all roughly the same, so that way when I start actually making a good image, they're somewhat the same. And I think I'm gonna do. I kind of just want to leave the arms down. Which isn't good for contrapost. Maybe I'll put it, I could put it on the hip, but I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I'll just kind of leave that open and we'll account for it as we go. Now this one. So this one is a bit more like I'm gonna come get you, and it's not a rapier. I think that's just a typical broadsword. I mean, it's fake, but if I had to guess, it's a broadsword. Maybe not a broadsword. I think broadswords are a bit bigger, but either a broadsword or a broadsword. I don't know swords. Right? That's probably right, right? I know a few things. A gladius? Oh, of course. It does have that kind of like the kind of Roman, although this might be actual. If I had to guess, this might be Celtic. I can't tell from these pixels, but I think you might be right on it being a gladius. By that I mean, I've played enough video games, so I've heard a bunch of sword types, but I actually don't really study the blade, so. You know, while everyone else is studying the blade, I was, being a hermit. Unfortunately. So these, I need to account for the fact that, like, for a guy, waistline is a little bit lower for reasons. Also, I feel like this... I like this pose a lot, but... So... Now, this is another thing with duck feet. When? Hi! Yes! got yourself a nice little kitty cat badge. Enjoy your emotes and your sub-free, or sub-free? Ad-free viewing. I will learn the statement, I'm sure. Give it time. I'm a professional. I have a degree. I pay bills and taxes. So, you know. I'll figure it out. Alright. With that, because I think the pose for the hand would still be the same, but I think that the sword would come here instead. Although I don't know if somebody would hold their sword like that. Especially if it's a rapier, which is kind of like the things you have to think about when you use a pose. The reason why people get kind of fussy about references is not so much like using a reference and like taking a one from one, but it's like when you take a reference, you have to consider the guard's gonna be by this side. You have to consider what you're using it for. Lurking, eating lunch and other stuff, thank you. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good lunch. I'm eating mac and cheese myself. Photo bash, yes. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I probably should just do that. Kenneth, you're a genius. This is why you're first today. Mac and cheese. Can I find? I will mail it to you. I will literally mail it to you. I will literally mail you a liberal amount of cheese. Doing art is all about learning how to lie, cheat, and steal legally. Legally lie, cheat, and steal. I believe the statement is a good artist copies and a great artist steals. I don't think that's actually how you say it, but something like that, right? I want to see if they have an actual rapier model in Clip Studio, because if I could, beautiful, 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 beautiful. This is going to be great. I have a book called Steal Like an Artist. Can you tell me about it? I need to know more. Actually, I have found a rapier, so I'm going to put that in this, and that'll actually be super useful. Oh my god. Import. Where is it gonna be? There we go. 3D. Oh. Add that bad boy in. Now, I don't actually really know how to use the Clip Studio stuff super well. I've got, like, a good idea of what I'm doing, but that doesn't really mean that, like, I really, you know what I'm doing. I want to move this bad boy. Why won't it move? There we go. No, that's not what I want. I definitely want to turn off the, ruler. There we go. I want to move it. There we go. So like oh shit. Oh god. Oh god. So like if I put it here, and then you just want to maybe turn it kind of like this. But I think if I was holding it, I mean, I don't understand what these, in terms of the logistics of this, I'm not quite sure what these are, because the handle's here. I guess that's just the guard, but It's a little silly. Keep messing around with where we want this foot. Seems like here. Put it down a little bit. And then probably actually turn it on its head. That's not what I want to do. That's turning it in place. I want to turn it. Rotate it. That. No, maybe not. Maybe I want to rotate it. That. Maybe? I don't know. I'm not. The serve the purpose of if someone clashes swords with you and slides down your blade, your fingies don't get cut off. Oh, that sounds very useful. I like when my fingies don't get chopped into smids. Alright, let me check Discord. Steal like an artist. Don't wait until you know who you are to get started. Write the book you want to read. Use your hands. Side projects and hobbies are important. The secret, do good work and share it with people. Geography is no longer our master. It's true. Be nice. The world is a small town. It's true. Be boring. It's the only way to get work done. Creativity is subtraction. Now, what does that mean? Do they mean when they say creativity is subtraction being like is taking the rules and the specifications of art and just ignoring them? Because I would agree that's kind of true, but you do have to know how to do that first before it's hard because there are definitely people out there that you can get away with not knowing fundamentals of art, but I will say for me it worked well. There were some things that learning the fundamentals did break in my art, but in a lot of ways, learning the fundamentals for me was a good thing. But, you know, there are people who kind of just are always like homegrown, never gone to an art school. Their work's great. So, since art is a subjective beast, it's hard to really say like what's the correct thing to do, but I prefer knowing the rules to break them. It also helps it so that I can explain what it is I'm doing and why it's wrong. Maybe. Maybe here. We'll see. I feel like this is actually, I think it would still be sideways. I'm so picky. Dang it. I want to move the actual axis, but it won't let me. Will that work? Maybe. I just feel like that looks better. Because I feel like the side of the blade would be visible at that pose. Alright, now we're gonna grab this and this layer, and we're gonna biggin them together. I cannot biggin the other thing together. We're gonna do something heinous. I'm gonna rasterize this. Ah, no. Rasterize. Do not do, but for the purpose of figuring out this sketchness, we're gonna delete ruler. But it's because I just want to be able to make this the right size. So the pose is a little bit more front-facing, which makes me think that I'm gonna get some of it not quite to the same spot, but here we go. Change my bandages and I don't wanna. You gotta change them. Also, I hope you feel better. You have boo-boos. No boo-boos. Oh, no. Alright. Also, I noticed the clickle clackle Joshy, but you know, when you clickle clackle, it's hard to really talk about, you know. But I do be clickle clackling quite a bit. Oh, that's right. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. That's rough. That's actually awful that they've done that to you. Jesus, well, hopefully it wasn't cancerous, I guess, but jeez.
To and fro it floats in the light of the sky.
I don't know if Advo is up, but I'm gonna send him these, and I'm gonna just start kind of working on one. I'm not sure which one I like best. Alright. The clackle.
Like a spirit amazed in a wider paradise.
Jeez Louise. I think that's about... That's probably why they did it though, because that usually, if anything bigger than like the side of the size of an eraser on a pencil is something that's usually considered not cause for alarm, but cause for, you know, keeping an eyeball on. Also, I haven't fixed my the squeakiness of my the thing that I have my computer desk screen that I'm drawing on. I don't know why whenever I'm streaming I suddenly forget how to talk, but here we are. Forgetting how to I'm gonna kind of go off this one, I think, for right now, because I wanna really feel out how I want this pose to look. Let's get more into this pose. Oh, it will help if I have some advocate references. So just have a oh no, that was cauterized with silver. What are you with silver specifically? Are you a werewolf? Are you a werewolf? You might be a werewolf. That sounds like a suspiciously werewolf thing to have happen. That is Javier. Alright, let's take that out. I don't want Javier there right now. I want Adbo. I'd like to do these with bigger images. I am so sorry, but it will heal over time. It just will take some time. It's a shame that, you know, you have to do it right now, because it'd probably be easier. If, like, something like that for me, I would definitely have assistance, because I totally get it. That's hard to look at. If it's possible to do with your eyes closed, I definitely wouldn't judge you. Look at them eyes. I don't blame you. That's for sure. The only thing about this, the way that I'm doing this, is that technically, I think these will have to be here. Lower. I hope you feel better though, Linkle. Like, I haven't been there with like that specifically, but I know what it's like to be not pleased with the fleshy monstrosity that is our human form. The human body is a fascinating and sometimes horrifying creature. I don't like this song. I hate this song so much. This song is bothering me so much for some reason. I don't want it anymore. I want to change it. I need a different song, please. Also, this accent is terrible. At the laundry. I'm not at a laundry, but it sounds fun. This might be fall asleep music, so if it's time for you to fall asleep, I don't blame you. That's well, so because this is something that's really hard to explain, but so when you have an expression like this where like the face is a little bit like high up, your ears are actually lower on the actual the actual like face. Though this might be a bit much. I like that mouth. I'll move it. Oh. Do. Make this nose. So technically, this nose needs to be more upturned because of the positioning of it. The funny thing is that I have no problems working in kitchens, but I can no, because those are different. Those are definitely different. You know, those are two different kinds of wounds. It makes sense to me. Especially because the human body, there are certain things that the human body will genetically associate with different types of, like, you know, not great things. Sorry about my vagueness. I'm bad at describing certain type of wounds, but like I'm doing here. Maybe. I'm just worried about, because like it looks like when it comes to the head, it's at this pose I'm not sure if like the head should be kind of falling off of the body. So the chin is actually pretty well defined here, and the neck is actually needs to be bigger. I hope that they tell you that it was, you know, fine, but I would not be surprised if that's also still just very annoying because you're freaking slicing up your body and it's like, it's actually no big deal. No problem. Enjoy your errands as much as you can. I really appreciate you hanging out, and I hope you have a good lurk. And also drive safe, because I know that the car is new for you. And yeah. And moi. Kind of feeling like, yeah. Oh, maybe no. Here, I want the expression to be pretty like, pathetic. You know what I mean? Oh, I won't tell. I won't tell. I kind of almost did that this morning too. after I went on my walk, I almost just got in the car and was like, I'm gonna get Starbucks, but I decided against it. But please I will live vicariously through your not getting a coffee. I won't tell Link. No. I think the shoulders here are gonna need to be a little bit broader, but I will have to consider the actual overall body is gonna be pretty lanky. And then these are the nip knots. Gotta do the chesticles. Something cool about chest is that there's a triangle, a isosceles, not isosceles, whatever the one is where it's even on all sides. That type of triangle right here, where the nip knots are, um, roughly. Although the chest here might be a little too thin to really get a good version of that. Equilateral, that's it. Thank you, Joshi. Thank you so much. There's an equilateral triangle. Between the nip knots and the collarbone where it meets right here. And like it's hard to really picture sometimes because it's on a curved surface. The body is kind of curved, and then give or take the anatomy that also changes up how well it's presented. But I'm so right now I'm kind of just getting a feel of the way I want to draw the face. So for instance, like I feel like this neck, I think what that means is I feel like the head needs to maybe be bigger. Because it feels like the neck is a little too thick. Yeah. And then I also will have to account for if how many head sizes this head is, to give a good foundation for size, since that matters. Margot! Hello? How are you? Everyone, it's Margot! My favorite bee! How are you today? I'm having a good day, this fine Monday. I hope you're having a great day. Hello? Can you hear me? Oh god. Oh no. Oh god. Oh no. I don't know if you can hear me. Okay. Hello? I was like, you're being phone guy. What is this, FNAF? Security breach? I don't think they've redone that hello joke in a long time. Which is sad, because I love that joke. Hello? Hello? How are you? Hope you're having a good day today. We're drawing vampires. I'm doing a commission for Mod Advo for their persona. I need to come out with a bee animatronic now, thanks. Oh, shit. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to legally put you in that position, however, I would love to see a bee animatronic of Margot, actually. That would be so funny. Like, it would be 2 parts cute and, like, 1 part absolutely horrifying. Bee! Is that bee carrying a diamond? Oh, that's a bee. Oh, no, that bee has a heart. No, so cute. Look at him carry that little heart. You can do it, little guy, little fella. I believe in you. Oh, actually, I actually have a question for you. So when Margot, when you do like posing and stuff, do you just like use whatever you find on the Clip Studio thing, or like how do you go about like making some good pose references? Because I've taken 3 different images to kind of get a good idea of what I'm going for, and now I'm just kind of solidifying one of them maybe, until I get some confirmation of how it looks from the commissioner. But I think I just heard my cat chew on plastic. 1 second. You chewing on plastic? He's chewing! I'll be right back! No! Stop it! You! Stop it! I hear you! Where are you? Stop that! Come on. No! Oh, plastic. God damn it! I'm a professional streamer, and I have my cats just causing a ruckus. You know, they just, it's cause it's my cat Royce, Scream R. To get my attention. It's not even 3 yet. It's not even 3 yet. Trace isn't gonna be home for like 4 more hours. Get your clock situated. It's cause he's trying to get my attention. If he might start crying. Jump up here, you can do it. Be my guest. Be my guest, buddy. I don't know if he's gonna start crying or not, but he's circling my chair like a shark. Bye-bye. Alright. We're professional here. This is a professional stream. In case you were curious, this is actually a professional stream. That's why my cats, every 5 minutes, are causing me, or like right when I started, Fierce was up on the table because I had my mac and cheese, and she was like, that's a tasty looking mac and cheese. Is draw a handful of super messy poses, import a CSP model that has a similar pose, then tweak that to fit what I had in my mind better. That's actually super fair, and I do understand what you mean. I may have to do a better search for a model in the CSP like model search, because when I typed up like noble, it didn't give me a lot of search results, but I'm sure if I typed in like sword pose, it'd give me something. Since the idea for this is gonna be like dude with sword. Dude with very long sword. I might do... No, I love this. I love the marketplace. I usually go for things that are free because I'm cheap. But I do love the marketplace. It's got everything in it. I kind of wish that Adobe had one like that. Love sword poses. I need more. So this is Advo's like persona slash OC Emil. And he's a vampire, and he has like a really cool kind of like, I don't think Rosario Maiden, but like kind of rose aesthetic rapier. From what I recall, I need to gather up my references more appropriately in the future. So I was trying to find some really cool, just like sword-like poses. And I'm just kind of getting a good feel what I want that to look like. I think, what if I did a hand that was like holding magic? I think he has blood magic. Yes. I love that actor. Alright. Just kind of, I'm reading through this. Senshi Stock had some good sword poses. They do. I should go back to Senshi Stock. I just, I saw a couple, but, of them when I just typed, because I'm a really bad reference finder. I tend to just use Google Images, and I just type in the image and image name, and I hope for the best. But I should definitely actually go through Senshi Stock, because I've used some Senshi Stock references in the past, and I mean, they've been around since I was a wee lad. So, you know, don't break what isn't, or don't try and fix what's not broken. I want to look up like, I don't know if this is gonna give me what I want, but I want something that's like, let's see, what can I horrifically, oh, hello, and goodbye. Goodbye. I've done it. I've gotten my first bye followers. That is what that said, right? And I just wasn't like, I didn't just glance over it really horrifically. I want to make sure that that's what that was. That's what that message was. I already banned it, but oh well. I've done it. I finally gotten my first naughty bot. Alright guys, it's time to pack it up. We've officially gotten too big. I want something like this. This hand right here. But like higher up. I'm gonna screenshot what I'm looking at here. Like, oh god, that's just really weird thing. You know you've made it when you get the spam bots. That's what I'm saying, you know. That's how it feels. Something like this. I'm gonna horrifically Frankenstein this little arm onto the original drawing here, kind of horrifically. Just sort of. Like that. That worked kind of a little too well. But yeah, I want something like this. Kind of horrifically merge that down and sort of delete there. And now I'm gonna grab, start drawing on this and move it over. It's just a layer I made. Alright. That might be a little off posing wise, but we're gonna go with it. So, because he has this thing where he can coat things with blood, and in doing so, make stuff stronger, which is super cool. Ah! Wrong. Aha! Found the layer. So something like this. But I need to fix the actual foreshortening here because I think this should be longer. We're gonna kind of. Actually, I need to use my Alt key for this. Nope. The Control key. Perfect. So something like this, maybe. Blood magic, blood magic. Yes. Oh, I need to attach that to the other drawing. This drawing here. Merge it down with this drawing here. Now we've got this. But I feel like, I don't know if that's too short. I feel like it'll be like a little bit of, ooh, blood. Blood. Let's see. I'm also gonna close this, I think. I don't really need that anymore. I'm really liking this one, which is why I'm kind of focusing on it. I'm kind of a fan. I have to see what Advo thinks. So I don't want to like. It's hard because I don't want to spend too much time on the like overall sketch of it. But I'm gonna close these ones. Start kind of working on this baby right here. Because I basically I love Advo's little Emil there. And the hard part's going to be getting these eyes shapes to work at this angle for me. I kind of made the eyelashes thick here to kind of see if that'll counterbalance it, but I don't know how that's going to look when I actually line art it. We'll see. I want this to be lower. Is this? Oh my gosh, I know the song. I've heard the song 7,000 times. That's the only thing about, you know, non-copyright lo-fi music. It's the same 5 songs. Let's go to Chill Hop Radio. A little bit different. A little bit louder too. You know if that's too loud. Let's see. Also, you may notice that I've been using mostly the full screen. I could switch it probably to the other one. I could switch it to this. I don't know if that's like better or worse, but I just was using the full screen because I just feel like it gives you a bigger view of everything. But I've been needing to like redo my overlays for a while. And I always am like, I'm gonna do it. And then I get overwhelmed in the details. It's one thing to make overlays for other people, but when I want to make overlays for myself, I get too specific. Look at them piercing eyes. I'm gonna eat you. Oh, I forgot to start recording this. Oops. Check your posture, shit. Yeah, let me do that. Oh god, give me a second. And drink water. Aw, you taking care of me today? Thank you. I drink some water. Thank you for telling me to make sure that my posture was not bad, and also to drink water. I super needed to do that, actually. Ugh. The place that I sit at for doing art is, like, for the most part fine, but sometimes over long periods of time it can get a little crunchy. Alright, one moment. More clicks. Honestly, yes. So, I don't know what your table's like, but so I have basically what is akin to a standing desk. It's a desk that we made ourselves. We took a butcher block of from like IKEA, and then we screwed in some really big like pipes, like metal pipes from like Home Depot, and we turned it into a desk, but it ended up being a bit too tall. So we were like, oh, well, it's just a standing desk. So then we got these chairs, and they're for the most part fine, but I think just because of the fact that like none of it is like truly perfectly ergonomic, over time my body has just decayed into a horrific pile of mush. I'm gonna flippy floppy this side. I want to just get more chin here. A bit more. Maybe too much chin. I might need to tone back the chin. Don't tone back the chin. Love the homemade anti-ergonomic workspace you've created for yourself. Listen, it was cheaper though, and it was kind of fun. We spray painted the I'll send you a picture actually. I'll send you a picture later of the setup. And for the most part, like, it's a lot of desk space because it's just a giant kitchen butcher block thing. You know what I'm talking about? So I've got like all three of my monitors pretty well put on it, but in terms of like sitting for long periods of time, I don't know if it's just because of like the way we put together the chair, but the original chair I was using leans forward, which means I have to counterbalance, lean it back with my back. And so like it's been causing me a lot of lower back pain, and it wasn't until Trace tried to sit in it that it was like, oh wow, yeah, this is like really bad. So we switched to another one. I need the ergonomics. My body is in fact falling apart, yes. And I do need the ergonomics, yes. Probably when we move, I'll get a more typical desk setup, and then I'll probably get a not sponsored, but you know, call me secret lab chair, because I've heard that those things are pretty amazing. I've heard nothing but good reviews on those. Every person that I know that has one is like, yeah, I love this thing. I would not go for anything else, so I'm gonna assume that means it's good. Naft! Naft, I love you! Hello! How are you today? I hope you're having a good day. I love your little peek. Ah! The Naft rabbit! Oh, look at him. Oh, I love him. Oh, it's so good. I am drawing an Advo today. Getting a good start on an Advo anyway. I have to see when Advo is able to. I'll probably see what he thinks about the poses that I've picked out. I just thought I'd start on one because I was digging it. I was really enjoying the like kind of aloofness of the pose. It's the kind of like pathetic, you know, anime kind of vibe. Not sick and enjoying it while I can. Awesome. I am so glad you were feeling better, not feeling sick. I understand that feeling completely. Especially just the holidays for me were a lot, so I am completely I get it. Here's to hoping that you can have some time to just chillax. Because I super needed it too. Last week I just kind of existed. And then I started streaming again. I think that's how the hand looks. I gotta go look at the hand again. What's going on with this hand? I think the hand is what I think it's doing. Yeah, so I need to do the thumb like this. It's hard to... Thumbs are weird. Weird little digits. So like, I think I need to move the hand part up a bit. Only because I want to see it across the screen, also because I like posting it as well. I mean, listen, you may absolutely post you little beautiful, oh my gosh, that's a gentleman, look at him! Just keep, I will gladly accept little Naft bun buns. Please continue to send me whittle Naft bun buns, they're so good. Oh my gosh. I love their like ears, they kind of remind me of like those little plushies where like the ears are a little bit longer than the stuffed animals so that you can hold on to them and like carry it with you. Very nostalgic feeling is basically what I'm getting at. I love it. I might move this pose back over so that I can like get the hand exactly. I'm having trouble. Hands cannot draw hands. Did you know that? Oh. I need to be able to see the hand here. So, I think, like, this is where... Oh, I'm on the wrong layer. This is, like, where the thingy is here. Hands! Legit. Hands cause me to become freaking sweaty. I can't stand them. Kind of like that in general as well. I need to sew him up tonight since I know we're... Oh, will you post when you finish? Oh! Yes! I want to see the little plush bun. Please. I would love to see little plushie. Is his name also Naf? What is you call the little plush boy? So like, so hands cannot draw hands. Did you know that? There we go. Kind of get rid of some of this excess here. So like, this is just like where the first finger is, and then it wraps around. It looks like it's hidden, and then you've got the second one, third, and then fourth. So then it's kind of wrapped around this here. To sleep! No! Wait, Advo! You need to sleep! Hi, Advo. I'm drawing a meal! Welcome on in. I hope you do get some sleep, please. But I wanted to actually get your opinion on something. I got here a couple of different poses I sent them to you, but I just started kind of working on this one because I was kind of feeling out the vibe. But these are 3 different poses I've got going on here. If you've got an opinion on which pose you like for the character, you've got like 3.5 hours. Oh god, please get some more sleep. I know you're a vampire, but like, come on, man. I named him Bun Bun, and like, he's been my favorite stuffed animal probably because my grandma and has picked him. Okay, so I don't have like a stuffed animal that's like made like that. But I have like the old TY toy, Nippy. That is my stuffed animal TM. Like that cat I've had several iterations, and I don't know where they all are right now. They're in the house somewhere, but I used to take that with me on every trip I'd go on. I stopped doing it because I started to get worried that like I wasn't paying enough attention to where I was putting them. You think you like the one on the left the most? So the left this way. So this one? Yes, this one. That's kind of how I felt too. I felt like it had the most like aloof energy while also being this isn't gonna be the right way to say this, but positionally interesting. Because it has, you know, the asymmetrical arms and the like I'm gonna kill you face, and the contrapposto of the hip of the hips and the shoulders. So I'm gonna go ahead and hide the other 2, this one and this right here. I'm gonna hide those 2, and we're just gonna stick with this. And I'm kind of just, I don't know if this is quite how the blood coding works, but I started to kind of get a little bit of blood goop going here. And I'll keep you thinking about when the crotch is interesting. No, wait, no. Advo, I'm shocked to hear that from you. To hear that come out of your mouth. You've been hanging out with Oni and Linkle too much. I see. They're rubbing off on you. I get it. It's okay. But yes, it's a very, very interesting crotch. You see how I made it look like a pentagon? The pentagon, you know, or a trapezoid probably. All right. I don't think this is probably not quite accurate either. I'm actually really bad about, and this is gonna sound really funny, and I don't want anyone making fun of me, but I'm really bad at drawing guy crotches. I don't get what's going on here. What's going on here? Where does it all go? How much space do I need? I don't know. Because the hips are up here, but the crotch line's like down here. What's going on? I don't know. So it's probably gonna take a couple of like iterations and references before I get that accurate. I don't know why. I just don't get what's going on there. There's a mystery to me, that's for sure. I'll figure it out one day. You know, you think taking drawing classes and anatomy classes would have helped, but nar. It's just for it's for science. It's for it's for science and reference. That's it. That's it. Yep. We are a professional stream here. We're a professional stream, and the 18 plus only is solely because I make really dumb crotched reference jokes. Alright? I want to be able to make jokes about how I don't know how to draw crotches freely, you know? Because when in doubt, I don't know what's going on, man. But I know, you're fine. Listen, it's just it's for science. Yes, yes. I have actually not crotch, but I have actually had him do poses, specifically for when like some characters like facing away from you, because I don't know how to draw the back of a person. So I have absolutely had Trace. I have absolutely asked Trace to turn around so I could get like a decent picture of like a back, clothed. Not that it matters. He's my husband, so like, you know, but also for the sake of the viewers out there, don't choke on your pizza nap. This is a family-friendly Christian Minecraft server. I'll have you know. This is 100% nothing bad ever happens here, and we don't talk about anything that you wouldn't talk about on Disney Channel. Probably. I mean, I guess I did mention blood coding, so. Things about taking anatomy classes for drawing in this situation. Unless you're doing porn, you're never drawing what's going on with the male crotch. Listen, it depends on the porn. Depends on the porn. You know, you never know. But it's true. Anatomy classes are very good for knowing how to draw the anatomy. But this also gets back to the original topic of conversation, which is knowing where to break the rules. You know what I mean? Which is why, like, oftentimes when I draw guys, they tend to be kind of not accurate. So, like, I think technically the crotch is down here, is what I mean, you know? I learned from my 11-year-old niece is looking up, and I'm like, no, they are too young for that, so I just blame the lack of such education in the States for the way we have turned out. Honestly, I don't even remember. I think I kind of learned some stuff in high school, right? From like the classes, but it's true. I think that we as a society, we've done this to ourselves. I think I need to fix, okay. So I think I need to fix how I've got the body shape here. Because I think while I'm trying to go for really skinny, but I think I need to like consider the shape of the torso, because like this is roughly where the chest is gonna be. This is where like the ribs cage is gonna be, and then the belly button will probably be here, right? So I need to think about like how the spine sits in here, but also take into some liberty with, you know, I like to make not Jessica Rabbit style torsos, but I'm really bad about that. I'm really bad about making the torso basically do one of these. Bad about it. I don't know what it is. I just like this angle. This angle right here. This angle's good. You know? A great angle. So, which is also why I have a tendency to pick poses that the line of action is out like this. You know what I mean? So like I have a tendency to make a lot of my art look like that. And in this instance, it works because it gives this sense of a sort of pomp, not like pompous, but maybe just very confident in one's abilities. Like Emil here looks like they would probably kick your ass. You know what I'm saying? And probably could kick your ass. You probably could kick my ass. I can barely walk sometimes. And by that I mean I can actually walk. I just mean like I get really tired easily. I'm working on my stamina right now. I just go on 40-minute walks now just to try and get my stamina back. Because I lost it. This pandemic ruined any amount of some stamina. I do need to eat more vegetables. You remind me that I have vegetables. I need to cook. Shit. I think I'm gonna have to do that today, but I don't think we have any meat to cook with it. Damn it. I might have to go get some meat so that I can cook the vegetables, because I want to cook them in a stir fry. Because I think, yes, you gotta eat your vegetables. If you don't eat, I'm really bad about it. If you put a vegetable in front of me, I will eat it. If you put a vegetable in front of me and tell me to cook it, I won't do that. I hate cooking. Baking, fun. Cooking, because cooking is just, I have to stare at it. Whereas baking, I can just like, I gotta eat Bob the tomato! It's okay. I'm sure that Bob will understand. It's for the good of my health. Gotta eat your VeggieTales. VeggieTales. Will I get copyright strike if I sing that, do you think? Like, VeggieTales isn't even remotely what it used to be. It's so different now. And there's like actually, it's kind of a depressing thing, but it's because there was a huge disagreement between, I believe, publisher and original creators. But I don't recall the specifics. I was watching a video about that a couple of years ago. Also, he died for your sustenance. Very Christian. I mean, this is my body. It hands you a tomato. This is my body, and you gotta eat it. Preferably in a salad. Oh my god, fingies, man. I can't with fingies. Fingies are difficult, because I think technically this finger should be slower, and this finger should be bigger, because the middle finger is always not always, but it's typically the longer finger on the hand. And then this is the pinky. Right, so theory. But still, even so, like, I'm the problem I'm having here is you can't see the bottom of the hand. The original. Yeah, so you need to be able to see the bottom of the hand here, because otherwise it makes the hand very flat. Hands can't draw hands. My favorite statement of fact. I don't remember where I heard it from, but hands can't draw them. They can't draw hands. They don't know how to do it. It's because you think when Nickel will stream almost the entire week, I'm gonna try. The only reason I'm not streaming Wednesday is because I have to go to, like, I have to go to do some paperwork stuff. I gotta go around and sign some stuff, which is very frustrating. But, you know, I just figured it'll be easier if I just don't stream, because I'll probably get back, but I'll just take it as a breather. And then tomorrow might be a shorter stream, because I do have stuff I have to do later in the day. But that's like a typical, like, that's usually what happens on Tuesdays. And then depending on how things go, I might look at streaming late in the day on some days, because I know that this isn't necessarily a great time for everyone. But I'm also just kind of, you know, this is basically, normally I would be working right now. I'd be doing stuff, so this is my compromise to myself. I think I realized the problem. I think it's because I have the fingers but no palm. So, like, when you think about a hand, people usually would think, like, oh, well, a hand is circular, but it's actually more like a square with sausages connected to it, right? So, like, and then it's usually a sausage that's like, this hand is, like, kind of cut like this, but then it's like a really weird, it's more of like a, I mean, I hate to say pentagon again, but 1, 2, 3, 4, it's kind of a pentagon, because, like, there's this space here, right, between the thumb and the what's it called, the rest of the fingers, right? There's this little spot here, and, like, if you straighten it out, it becomes straight, but, like, when you hold your hands flat, you can kind of see where the thumb kind of cuts into the rest of the body, of the hand or whatever. But just because I can explain it doesn't mean I can draw it. Because I never see my hand at the angle I want it to be at. It makes it so that, like, when you get to these, like, positions where you don't see the palm, what's going on? Where's the palm? Is the palm hidden? Does it even exist? Is the palm real? And the answer is yes, but I don't know, man. I paid money to have a degree to say I know what I'm talking about, but, you know, It don't necessarily mean nothing. So, like, one way I think people tend to do it is they'll draw the fingers separately and, like, kind of shade out where it would be for the sausage fingies. Also, it looks like the thumb is here. But it might be further up. It actually might be, like this is the palm here. And then the thumb is actually up here. Right? Because the thumb is very interesting in how it's shaped. It's normally, you know, you've got the meat of it here, and then you got the little fingy here. Because the thumb is actually the whole caboodle here. It's the whole thing moves, right? Which is why you can make your hand do cupping motions. But that becomes really difficult when you have to draw it, because you want to draw it completely flat, but it actually is quite movable. So I think it's actually up here. I think it would be like up here, because it would be like kind of curved inward. Like if I was to try and draw the rest of the hand, like this is probably here, and then I probably need to make the wrist bone here. The wrist bone, which it's not a bone, it's technically these two bones connecting is the wrist bone, right? It's the the radius and the ulnar doing things. But, you know, so it would be flat here, but technically not that flat, right? And that's the thing with using a reference where the clothing, which is why you do nude references, because clothing is very good at hiding shit. It's a masterful disguise, but not what I want right now. I just wonder if that will work. I'll probably have to go back through and re-clean this up. When I do sketches, you guys, if you've seen me do my art, do be saying words like this. I'm definitely kind of doing a bit of a ramble. One of the reasons why I want to stream more of what I draw is because I actually am thinking when I'm drawing when I do that. So it's forcing me to actually consider why I'm putting my pencil there, so to speak. So hopefully the words that come out of my mouth are correct, but they may just be absolute ramble. It could very well just be who knows what's going on. Because, I have a tendency to just say whatever the fuck comes out of my mouth. Thank you, Advo. I am a goober. And especially with hands, because, like, so for instance, here's an issue that I have right now. This hand is now bigger than this hand. In size. You can kind of, it's subtle, but you can kind of see it. I have a tendency to say exactly, you see, and what does that even mean? What does that even mean, actually, the thing that I just said? I have a tendency to say whatever I'm saying. What does that even mean? I think if you ever wonder what's going on in my head, don't worry, I probably have just said it, truthfully. It certainly is it is a statement, a bit of a circular one there. Of course you say what you're saying, that's how people talk. But not me. I'm different. So I think that might be the correct size. Like if I were to do this, that looks kind of close. So I think I'm actually gonna just keep it that size now. They should be the same size. Now I gotta deal with the fact that the tootsies here are a little short, because in the drawing here, it looks like this foot, and this helps with the contrapposto, right? Like, oh, because this hip is up more. So then in theory, this foot should be flatter, but it's not. That's weird. Anyway. I guess you could use the rapier to hide a lot of the left hand, and the right is a bit closer, so it wouldn't be really noticeable that they're different. That is true too. I will be probably hiding a lot of the hand in the design of the rapier. And I will probably be drawing the rapier twice, because I want to do it in the original drawing, but then I know we talked about drawing some of the items that he has, so that is also, like, I might be able to just keep the design of the rapier on this side, like, kind of simpler, but in a way that I can maybe get away with not drawing the whole hand. But then actually get into more fine details when I do the official drawing of it. Alright, so... I think if this... I guess this is the lower... So it does make sense that it is, because it's further away from the... It's not the grounding force. So, the reason why you do a lot of... Why artists tend to draw poses with the hips like this is because it forces you to think about where the person's grounded, like, center of gravity is, kind of. So, like, here, I always, and this is actually something I always get mixed up, and you kind of heard me say it, but I was like, this foot shouldn't be up because it's lower, but it's lower because it's further away from the body, and this foot is flat on the ground, right? So, like, it's going to be, actually, like, it's gotta be straighter, basically, because that's where all the, that's where it's, what's the word? Where it's the strongest, I guess. Where you're putting all your weight, basically. And then this foot, though it's technically lower in the hips, the actual foot will probably be up. So, you also, this is actually, the foot is not gay, it has to be straighter. I'm sorry, I've done this to Emil. It's true. You know, you have to have, one of them can be, hi, I make stupid comments. Hi, I laugh at them because it's funny, and I have a brain of a 5-year-old. I don't have the brain of a 5-year-old, but you get what I mean. I make those dumb comments all the time. Like when I have to, you know, when I have to straighten my, when I have to straighten something in a drawing, I'll say that too. I'll be like, it's not, I can't, I gotta be a little bit less gay. Difficult, but I'll figure it out. Oh yeah, you killing it today with this. I don't know if you guys heard that. That was my cat. She's checking the acoustics outside. I think. So one of the things that I have to be careful with is I think I need this to be lower because it is technically lower on the body. The way that it works is like, so this will be one way. I'm not doing it super be as gay as you want, Nickel. Thanks. I try. I appreciate that, Kenneth. Sometimes I wonder about myself. Am I being performative? Then this will go this way. But that's a conversation for another day. We've got these shoulders, and then the hips will go the opposite direction, and then the knees will actually continue to go the same direction as the hips. And then, for some reason, the ankles go the other way, and it's because of the fact that while this is technically lower, it's only lower in the perspective of where you're facing. It's in fact just further out from the body. And I don't know if any of that makes sense, but, you know, any of my friends who also went to school for art, please, you can tell me I'm wrong. I don't want to lead people astray. But I think I was correct on the thought process there. I think I'm going to now move that away. Look at that. Look at this beautiful vampire. I'm so proud. Look at him. He's gonna kick my ass. That is the face of a man who is done with this shit. Let's figure out. I need to look at the image that you sent me a while ago of the rapier, actually. Where in the heck is it? There it is. Alright. Wait. 1 second. My cat. Okay, never mind. I thought he was chewing on plastic. He was not chewing on plastic. think this is technically not a rapier, but is it a rapier? Actually, that's actually a good question to ask. Maybe pinning would be a great idea. I think I actually did pin it. I think I did. Is it pinned? I think it's pinned. I've got it right here, but I think it's not. I don't know if it's technically would be a rapier. There it is. I found it. Whoop. I think technically this is like a long sword, but it is up to your preference what you want it to do. I've been using rapiers. Weapon is the picture isn't really an rapier. Too broad blade and not pointy enough. Do you want it to be a rapier though? Because I can basically take the idea of what we got going on here, because I actually found a pretty decent sword picture here. Nope, not here. Where's it? One of these pictures. Here. Like, I could take this, and then just like how it's got this sort of this going on, I could add that here. You know what I'm saying? But then keep it, you know, has a significance. I kind of figured that's because I was reading his bio, and I read specifically that the weapon was a rapier. I also like vampires that use rapiers. I just think that makes them fancier. Oh, that's actually really. Is it because they're kind of needle-like? Because I'm skimming through it again. Let's drink some water. It's because he can use his blood-coding magic only at the tip, which consumes less blood. Oh, that's so smart! That's actually really cool. And that does make sense. Because I imagine that you want to use as little blood as possible. Yeah, I was gonna say, that is definitely big Mudkip brain moment right there. Or Midkip. I do not wish to assume. That sword is cool. Isn't this cool? I don't know where this is from. This is just like a reference image. I hate to be like one of those copyright to who owns the image, but also I have no idea who drew this. Blue, also. Hi, how are you? Hope you're having a good day today. It is a fine nickel 2 sulfate. Time 2 sulfate zone. Yeah, there we go. It's on DeviantArt or somewhere. Yeah, I'm sure if you typed like Rose Thorn Sword, it'd probably come up. And this is such a really beautiful image. Gonna lurky lurk for a bit while I guess I get back to work. Gross! But I love y'all, and if I don't get back to you before you end or not, no problem. I big heart you. I hope work treats you well, and if it doesn't, I'll fight him. Because that would be stinky. But also, take it easy. I know you've been having a lot going on, so, you know, take it easy one day at a time. I'm gonna try and decide what I want with this, because weapons are something that I have a tendency to do mostly paint overs on. Kick works ass, exactly. Are you stealing that design? You artist, you. Listen, I would never. If you find it, that would be awesome, just for the sake of knowing where it came from, especially because, like, if I have this really cool image up here and it's like, where's it from? And I'd be like, I don't know. But I definitely am going to be using it purely as a inspirational thing and not so much as a copyright over thing. Because I'm for sure going to be kind of using this model, which I found on Clip when I typed in rapier. It was like the 4th image, I think. Also, reverse image search. Listen. I'm streaming. I can't reverse image search right now. So I was thinking, like, it'd be cool if the end also was a rose. Maybe that'd be a bit much, but, like, kind of cool if, like, I'm gonna do a different color. I want to be able to focus on keeping it different. But like, we've got here. You found it! Shit! Oh, especially because it's a commission. That's probably smart to make sure I know who made that. That is beautiful. Oh, I love this scabbard too. So pretty. Also, dang, this person's got serious skill right there. You just googled rose sword. I mean, that's what I tend to do. It's like I was talking about in the beginning. It's hard because a lot of the time, I think when people think about what art theft is, it's like when you it's complicated. Like, so for instance, when you think about the Renaissance and all of the sculptors and painters of the Renaissance era, and you kind of take all of their drawings and you put them next to each other, you'll notice that they all have very similar looks to each other because they all kind of just like, we're doing art together. Not necessarily in the same room, but you know, people take inspiration from one another. And so it's just a matter of how much inspiration you take, and especially in the day of the age of the internet, it's even more important because, you know, back then, if you did something and it was a bit too close to the same image, it's not like anyone could really tell because there's no internet in ancient, or in the Renaissance era. I was gonna say ancient Greece, but that's different. That's a different timeline altogether. Which is why it's more crucial. It's also crucial just to be, I think, able to give credit where credit is due, you know? There's a gulf between inspiration and plagiarism when it comes to art theft, and it's actually something fascinating. I was watching a video, I can't remember who it is. The guy uses like a Labrador looking puppy. He's an animator for Disney or Cartoon Network, but he talked about animation art theft and what's considered reference and what's considered plagiarism. And one of the things that he actually talks about is like when you take, for example, a fight scene and you draw over it, that in itself is a kind of somewhat murky and almost unethical form of art theft in a way, because you're taking from, and I'm not talking about just like the fight choreography on its own, but the fight choreography mixed with the camera angles and stuff, where it's kind of obvious that it was sort of just placed in there and without thought, you know? I think that's really what it gets down to is when something is done without thought, that's when things get kind of like a bit unethically murky, because it doesn't feel like you did it with purpose. You did it just to do it, kind of to do it. And I mean, every artist has like a different opinion on this. I've just always found that in the day of my, I'm old and I really like to be able to have a good reference when I'm doing something, but with the understanding that I want to use that reference to break it and then mold it into something new, and not necessarily take it and just paste my own stuff on top of it. Anyway, I find that the ownership of the original work makes the biggest difference with art theft references. Do you mean like how much of it is yours versus how much of it you kind of copied? Because I think I can understand what you mean, where it's like if it stylistically is your artwork, even though you used something for reference, but it stylistically feels like you. And that can get tricky when you're learning, but it's why like tracing when you're learning is okay. Tracing for a finished piece gets really murky because you're having someone pay for it. But if you're trying to like, you know, kids trace all the time when they're kids. I traced when I was a kid, you know? I was tracing on like Pokemon comic books or whatever. Take a piece of paper and just like draw over it. And it's very obvious when you do that, and you do it without thinking about why the form, the shape of it is, you know? So like when I did these and I was grabbing the poses for this, you just spell it trace. That's a different, listen, yes, it's true. I do, He's not even here to defend himself. He's at work. Like how Disney will record videos of actors and use that for rotoscoping, or if you trace over a photo of your own hand. Yes! Versus over a picture of Sensi stock without referencing it. That's actually a thing too. And by doing it yourself, if you trace and court of public opinion aside, the only person you truly affect is one, yourself, because you're not really truly getting anything out of it, but two, the other person, if you did it, it's hard to say maliciously, because I don't think anybody does it necessarily maliciously, except for maybe like a couple of examples that I don't even I was never in the spheres of. Yep, actors get paid to be used as references. Is one. Two. Okay, so, listen, I don't, listen. Also, get back on your PC and not in the dark on your laptop. Yeah, but also do get some sleep if you need it, because I know you do need sleep. But also, I will see you when you are on PC and not on stinking mobile or laptop, not mobile. But also, yes, actors do get paid to be used as references. I mean, models in art classes are paid to be used as references. They don't do that for their health, for sure. They definitely, are being paid to stand there for hours on end. So it's true. It's I guess it gets back to the idea of what the labor of your work, in a sense. And then also, if you use something that's considered free, like if you use a reference, but it's I give permission. So for example, things that are uploaded for free to the Clip Studio store, that's with the presumption of you can use this and you can just draw over it if you just need to have a simple sword. But that's part of the agreement beforehand, right? That's the agreed upon statement for using it. And then some people will have different rules where they're like, hey, if you want to use this, you can use it, but I would appreciate credit, because if people find it and they go, wow, that's super cool, where the heck did it come from? Stuff like that. Anyway, TLDR. Art is complicated in a lot of ways. A lot of comes down to giving credit. Yeah, in a lot of ways. And some people, so for example, when I make a commissioned piece for people, I actually don't necessarily expect credit, because they're paid for it to be considered theirs, but that's between me and the commissioner. So if somebody used something that was a commissioned piece, for example, this, where I would be probably not great of me to completely trace over this, because this is a commissioned piece, where if I completely trace over this pose and everything, and just change the colors, it's a little murky, but there's a lot to talk about how ethical that would be, because this is actually a commissioned sword design. You know what I mean? Ideas are weird, the way we humans go about this, You want to go into a night... Oh, yeah. I know about someone... Is there actually a Fortnite dancing lawsuit right now? An actual one? Because I remember when the biggest dab from Jack's Films got put into Fortnite, and I remember how kind of mad he was because they didn't ask him to put it in there. When he... And it's not like he created the idea of the dab, but they very much used his exact mannerisms when they did it, Yeah, that's a good point too. I think it was 3 or 5 years ago. It was I kind of want to Google it, but I know I need to be working on this. I'm so sorry, Advo. I'm a very good commissioner. Or commission person. I definitely don't just get distracted and start talking about the ethical nature of art with references. Had to look up to make sure I chose a free-to-use pic as a reference for me, but I feel like if I try to find a Phoenix pic to reference, they all are the same way. There's a lot to talk about there too, Naft, about what would be considered, the nature of the symbol, for example, and this is more so a thing to do with design, right? So if you do something in design and you're I need to get an image of a house, and I need to get a vector of it. There's a lot to be said about, it's better to make your own vector. Always. if you can find a free version, also good. But a lot of the times when they're simple like that, I mean, it depends on how simple it is too, but when things start to get really simple, it also gets a little murky, because it's like, technically speaking, there's an amount of assumed time in how something is drawn, and you kind of account for that too. And I don't know if this is just a weird ramble that like nothing really makes sense, or if I'm not trying to like justify art theft, because I feel like that's just, you know, if you take something and you say, I drew this, don't. It's just rude, you know? And it can be legally bad, because, you know, people pay for art, and if you take something that someone paid for, it is technically theft, you know? But when it comes to things like free, I always try to use, especially with like, when it comes to like textures, or when I'm doing something for an overlay, I definitely try really hard to account for using the actual I look for Creative Commons licenses, where it's like, this is considered fair use to be not only used as is, but used in recreation. Since that's really what the issue is. The issue we're talking about is kind of like a mix between the actual efficacy of the copyright law versus the actual moral understanding of what is considered stealing. Anyway, I think about this a lot. I'm so sorry that I'm just rambling about copyright and what's considered stealing versus using. Yeah, like that. So like, if you use a Creative Commons picture, that's like, you're allowed to use this as is. I created it to be basically an open sourced image. Then it's like, well, okay, that's totally fine. And you can like, and at that point, I believe that it's up to it is up to you to have that information available readily, that you are using something that's Creative Commons, but I think it's also up to the people that are going to accuse you of stealing to find that information too, quote unquote. You know what I'm saying? Also, Fortnite 1, I wonder what the decision on that was. I wonder if it's because they couldn't consider the act of copywriting a dance to be legitimate, because in a sense, anyone can do a dance, even if someone created the concept of that dance, and so long as they aren't taking other specific things, like it wasn't like the same camera angle or the same context. I can see where like removing the dance from context makes it free reign, but I still can't. I don't know. It's a very like, there's a reason that there's like specific laws that matter. So whenever I get a little annoyed sometimes when I see certain things on Twitter that have to do with this kind of thing. And because it's like, there are times where a trace, like not my trace, but a traced image is more obvious. But then there are times where honestly, I've seen accusations where I've been like, I mean, it's hard to tell, because depending on the field that you're in, like that could be considered not necessarily like bad. Like, for example, in the comic sphere, when you have to crunch out things, usually you would want to start making your own like set of image sources, but there are times where, you know, you can't, and so it's like akiraslide.gif. Okay, but that, I wonder if that's not considered, because I think that for sure the Akira slide, I mean, if you're copying the idea of sliding your motorbike like underneath something, I don't feel like that's in itself copyrightable, but I feel like the act of the exact camera pose it's hard, because it's like, if you do something to give reference to another thing, is that bad, right? Like, if you're giving homage to Akira, but everyone is aware of that, does that make that bad? Okay, I'm sorry. This is getting really... I do, in fact, wax poetic about the efficacies of copyright, 100%, because we are just creatures that picked up pencils and we started drawing, and now we make up the rules. But like, it's hard. There's a lot that goes into what makes these rules actually good or actually bad. Because, like, you know, context TM matters. Anyway, thank you for coming to my TED Talk about what makes something considered stolen and what makes something considered homage. And not everyone has the same opinion. I feel like I might have a really loose interpretation and not everyone would agree with that. And that's fine. Like, I would not expect people to, like... Because I think, like, I've also never had it happen to me, I feel like. Like, I've never had anyone, like, directly take something that I drew and, like, color over it. So I've never had that experience. I don't want to... I hope to never experience it, but I've never had that happen to me. So I feel like that's part of the reason why, like, for me, I'm a little bit more loose in the interpretation. Because, like, I usually enjoy thinking about how I would do a version of something that I see someone else do. If that makes any sense. I hope that makes any sense. That might not make... Look at that. That's a rose with a butt in the middle. Roses are hard because I've drawn flowers before, and like I'm just kind of doing this really simple to get like an idea of like what kind of shape I want. But for sure, like roses are... There's a really easy way to make them. And it's usually by thinking about the way that a rose would open up, because it's really just layers. Like onions and ogres and arts. Just layers. And they all go in the opposite direction of stuff. Ah, crap. I should probably stop doing things all in one layer like this. I'm gonna do this here. And I think I want to copy it. And I want to do it. What is this? I don't know what. Oh god, I made this mistake. Oh, also for blood coding. Currently, it looks like a flame. Does it make sense that it would make it... Oh, no, totally makes sense. I agree that it definitely looked a little too similar to Oni Souls, and I actually like the idea of you guys having something that could be akin to similar, but in fact texturally different. So I totally understand and agree with you on that. And I will try and make it more like... Maybe I'll make it less, like, floaty, like it has no gravity, and then maybe I can make it more like and I can like maybe circle it like around the hand a little bit, you know what I mean? Where it's kind of like it kind of circles around the hand instead, giving it a sort of less gaseous look and more of like a sort of whatever this is. whatever the hell this is. Sausage. Yeah, a more sausage look. Also, the layer nightmare that I've got going on, don't worry about it. I don't even know what I'm doing. I'm kind of just like, I'm trying to think like the logistics of, so for instance, I realize now that because I have the sideways, this is layer 6, layer 6, copy, layer 1, layer 8, layer 7, layer 5, layer 4, layer 3, layer 2, and paper. I don't know if you can see all that over. I'm the type of person who names my layers after I finish them. Because, you know, that's definitely a good idea. So I think if this is supposed to be the section here to keep you from getting your fingy slipped off right here, then perhaps I should consider... I do like how this person put these kind of like bud / like cherry kind of things. I'm not gonna do that, but I kind of like the idea of the like the sort of budded version. Layer chaos, hell yeah. Don't even talk to me about my layers in After Effects, because After Effects layers are different. That's just a mess. I don't even want to talk about it. I try my best to name them afterwards because I start getting confused, but let me be clear. I don't know what I definitely am a bad layer name person. I kind of think like, what about if I might just leave it like plain like this. So like it's got this like kind of plain thing going on here. But I think I need to look at it from the front again because I'm getting a little like confused. But like this would probably be like where the thorns come off of, right? And then we probably have it like sort of swirl around, and then it can have a flower here. I'm gonna make this. Right here, so we're gonna make it look so I can see what I'm looking at here. But like maybe we can have it kind of. I like the idea of this being kind of a flower. Maybe. I don't know if that's gonna be like a little too much, like where it's like an aesthetic thing, but it doesn't actually work as a weapon. Also, I guess that won't be a thing with this angle, but I wanted the main thing on the pommel. So you do want an actual, so is the pommel, I'm gonna Google that because I should know. I've a long time ago, in a galaxy far away, I did in fact enjoy learning about swords. And the reason why earlier I said, like, I don't really know anything about them is because I don't, like, inherently remember. Okay, so you do want the pommel to have a rose on it. I agree. I really like the idea of it having a rose. This one obviously doesn't. This has a rose here, and then they've got the leaf here. There's like a blob on the bottom to keep your hands from sliding down. So yeah, I like the idea of it being like a somewhat bloomed rose. Also, I don't know if you've heard of, what's it called? The anime Blood Plus. I think it's a katana specifically because it's an anime, but like I don't know if you've seen that sword before, but they have a specific thing where they use vampire blood in the sword, but it's used to power it, so they have like a thing where they can nick themselves on the sword to allow the blood to travel to the rest of the blade. Also oh, interesting. I can't show you my Google searches, but I'm looking at the difference between a threaded pommel and a wedged pommel, and I don't know what the difference is, but let me look up Blood Plus sword. I guess I should probably type in anime, because if I type Blood Plus sword, I'm gonna get blood plus an image of a sword. Let me see. So I've never finished this anime. One day I'll finish it. That probably won't be anytime soon, but I've thought about it. Blood Plus anime. I think I'm gonna get like literally not what I'm looking for. I guess maybe I should type Saya Blood Sea Sword. Because it's like a very specific. What if I type? Here we go. Here we go. I'm gonna send I'm gonna copy the image into the canvas so that I can like more appropriately show. So you see how like it's got this? There's like I don't remember where it is, but there's a place where you can nick yourself and then the blood goes all the way down. Obviously, you don't have to do something specific to that, but like I was thinking, since you want it to be on the end, that there could be some kind of area that like is easy to get yourself nicked on somewhere so that it makes it easier. The circular thing is a cross guard. Yes, that's the thing. That's the kind of this part. Although this sword would probably be super painful to hold, by the way. This sword right here. Good lord. You said that the ending was good but confusing. I think it's because the ending to Blood Plus requires you to also eventually watch Blood Sea and then also the like original direct-to-video movie? I was not super into Blood Plus, but I had a friend who was. But yeah. That sword it's also a different sword. Thingy-mabob. I hope that God, I hope these aren't just, I don't even know. My conversations are fun. supposed to kinda, Emil should be able to hurt himself on it. I did not like Blood Sea, and I did not know about the movie. I don't know if the movie is also just Blood Sea, but I think Blood Sea was newer. It's like Blood plus, what was it called? The movie. I forgot what it was called. Blood the Last Vampire. It was a, I think it had a little bit of a mix. I think they made a Blood the Last Vampire drawn anime and then a Blood the Last Vampire live action. I don't know which one they made first. You want him to be able to, like, cut himself on the thorns of the handguard so he can activate his magic. So yeah, I think that it would be smart to make the crossguard like this. So there's this crossguard here, like this is the actual crossguard, and then there's this thing, which I think on the actual rapier would be like this, and then you've got the, like, this thingy, right? And then you've got the, like, this thingy, whatever this is, right? So in this instance, the crossguard is actually open, but then it has the kind of circular thingy going around here with the rose. Here. Kinda. I will probably, the weapon will probably take the longest time to draw, but I'm actually super excited because I don't get to really think about weapons often. I think the last time I really got to think about a weapon was my character for my tabletop game, and I thought about the bow. A very common thing is just like a 1/2 circle of metal from the crossguard to the pommel. Yeah, where it's like this, like, the crescent-shaped thing, right? Is it connected? I guess it depends on the weapon, too. Blackle. Yeah, so, like, you've got the whole crossguard. And then, is the dome necessary? The, like, the dome-looking thing? Because I might do that as a flower in itself instead of doing this, like, it might be a pain to draw, but instead of doing this, I would do like a rose going inward, maybe. I don't know. This is kind of the fun of, like, kind of thinking about this sort of thing. It's actually a lot of fun for me. I could do that, and then maybe I could do, I like what I've got going on here. I don't think I'm gonna do all of this stuff, but I might do one here, and then this will just be like a typical, just, you know, grip, a grippy grip, leathery grippy grip. All right, I'm gonna move some of these layers down because I've got something going on here. I definitely don't have, like, an exact image in my head, so you can be creative with it and test some stuff out. Heck yeah. I will try to also consider, though, like, what an actual sword should look like. Because sometimes being an artist is giving your best guess, but knowing that you don't know what a sword looks like. I don't know if you guys seen... I'm gonna just send it from my Twitter, because I think it's the funniest video in the world. It's a video about someone going through medieval to Renaissance paintings of a baby, and the person is basically going to, has this artist seen a baby before? So, you know, content warning, babies, I guess, Renaissance babies, but, like, the video's so funny to me because it's true. You know, it's incredibly accurate to what it is like to be an artist. I want to do something really quick. I love how typing also activates my model. I actually speak in clicks. But keyboard clicks specifically. Alright. I just went ahead and made a dumb quote tweet about about that. What I'm talking about right now. So I don't know if anyone can see this. If you have 7 TV, you can see this, but this is my favorite. I'm gonna probably make a version of this. But for me, because I'm obsessed with, it's Better TTV. I just, look at him. He's got, if you don't have Better TTV, it's a dog with, I think it shows up on the screen, it floats up. It's a dog with its eyebrows doing something, doing some funky little movements. He's got the brows. Also, I kind of want a version of this. I just don't know how I'd go about it. Like, I don't know contextually. But I love the amalgamation of Bingus Please. It speaks to me. I also do like just this Bingus. This is another good Bingus. I love this Bingus. This is a very good Bingus. No-eared Bingus is a good Bingus. And then... Oh yeah, I'm gonna post more of the jog so that people can... Because it kind of shows up only very briefly. So this is the emote I'm talking about. So that it shows up so that everyone can see it properly. They got brows for days. I just love that. Anyway, back to the drawing. This is why it takes me too long. Now I don't have like a regular job to like, you know, be like, oh man, did I make it to the stream? You did! You made it to the stream. We're only 2 hours in, so you've got plenty of time to come hang out. Welcome on in, Killa. I hope you're having a good day. We're drawing swords and rambling about the efficacies and the ethical nature of art and creative referencing versus art theft, and also Bingus Please and brows, because that's where my brain just goes. I think the hard part I'm having, I think I'm gonna need to like do some more sketching without this sword in hand so that I can get a good idea. But I think I want for sure that this to be here, and this is just gonna be really plain because it's not like, you know, it's just like your typical wrapped. I might not even do wrapped. I might not do that. I might actually do like the sort of oblong shape, right, where it's like this whole shape here, instead of keeping it super straight. And then we'll have the rose. I'm gonna do like a kind of little. I'm gonna have the little rose, right? I have the loveliest little rose, right? It's gonna be, and we'll have a little bit of counterweight here. Drink some water. I will do that, Finn. Thank you so much. Also, how are you today, Finn? Y'all gonna make me have to go take a bathroom break, making me drink so much water. Honestly, my depression is kicking in, but I'm gonna try to get my head up. But everything else, school is boring since we got a sub and did only homework. Ah! Hate when that happens, but hey, you've got this. I understand. The best advice I've got is do your best and take it easy on yourself, you know? You're gonna be your worst critic always. So sometimes, if you feel like you're getting a little too rough on yourself, just take it easy. I'm doing pretty good. Finn, thank you for asking. I'm a little tired. I went on a walk today. I've been my goal for 2022 is, now that I have the time, I'm gonna try and focus on walking a lot so that I can get my stamina up. Also, Zab! I know you said you're in and out, but hi! Everyone follow Zab. Everyone, I'm talking, it's the same name. I'm talking Twitter. I'm talking Twitch. I'm talking, if you type Zabwist 9 times out of 10, you'll probably find them. They're great art. They make amazing artwork. Their work is amazing. I have a lot of good things to say. Their work is inspirational to me. I'm probably going to be getting a couple more emotes of my OCs from them. I have so much just good things to say. Also, you're welcome. I usually do a 40-minute... I've only done it twice now, because I've only just started doing it. But I'm trying to do a 40-minute walk, because there's an area right by my house that kind of has a nice view of like a medium-ish sized retention pond lake and like some trees, and I just kind of walk by it and stare at the ducks and stuff. And it's nice. I actually just finished my latest portfolio piece, so I will message you about them, because for sure I will message you, because I have a specific one in mind to go with my Roycer emote specifically, and I wanted it to be in the style of the original one, which is your word. So I will for sure. Finding cute trails to walk on nearby. It is, especially where we live. It's kind of they're around, but finding one nearby can be a pain, which I've noticed. I think what I'm gonna do, I think I want the scabbard. Does the not the scabbard? Does the cross guard? And it just I don't know if I want it to be plain. And I think that it would be important for it to be the part where you actually allow for the blood to trail down, right? So that it's at the tip. So, logistically speaking, it should be spiky, right? Like it should be a spiky boy, a spiky little lad. Like what if it's like one of these? What if it's like this? I don't want it to be too crazy, but what if it's like one of these? I don't know what this shape is, but I'm thinking, and that's a dangerous thing for me to do, but I'm thinking something kind of like this, and it's like a little ropey thing, right? Because it's a vine. So like, what if we just kind of do one of these, and then like, obviously the sword itself is going to be pretty plain because it's just a rapier, right? But it's just a little rapier, not right. But you need to go for longer walks. So how long of a walk do you think I should do? Because I actually do want to keep getting longer and longer walks in. My biggest problem, and I mean like this isn't like a really good reason, but it's unfortunate that like where I live it's particularly hot. It's been decent actually, which is why I felt encouraged to go walk, but like so I have to just get over how hot it can be and bring water with me so that I don't, have any problems. But I do know that like 30 to 40 minutes is more so for like intense activity. So if I need to walk longer, I might just kind of push myself to that the trail around there actually goes all the way around. If after this spike, you and Trace want to go hiking on some trails, yes, we would love to. Trace loves hiking. I would love to do that. I will hit you up once things have calmed down for sure. Because I know that there are some around. I just know that they're, we live in Florida, it's mostly flat. But like, if you know of any that we could try and like do in the future, that would be amazing, actually. That's been one of the things, because his family, whenever like back in the day when we'd go on trips, his family loves to go hiking. So like they'd go find somewhere up, when we would go to like somewhere in South Carolina or North Carolina, they have trails like all over the place because of the Appalachian Mountains, and it's so beautiful. And I know like Florida doesn't really have that, but I imagine that there's like, I know that there's I don't know why my nose is being all weird. I know that there's like areas asterisk no docs with like different lakes, springs, that's the word, springs. I will say that probably near the different springs would probably be one of the places to go for sure, and I would totally love to. There's a spring around the center part of the state, so you get soar to the farthest you can and then come back. That's actually, so I know that's why it's like it's important to go at least 10 plus minutes, because usually you have to work past the soar part, so that's fair. I will have to actually consider that, because I want to be stronger. The last year and a half 2 years now, God, has decimated. I wasn't a very strong person to begin with, but any amount of strength is gone. Just walking till you get sore takes hours. True, which is usually why I think it's better to run, unfortunately. I'm actually a really nice trail, nature preserve a mile from my house, but it's, yeah. That is a little bit further away. But I'm actually glad, because anytime I've been near there, I've only ever seen the city. So, it's good to know that, you know, Jax has more than just the city. Because I've only ever gone by there to pass through it, unfortunately. I don't think I've ever actually been in Jax. For stamina, you need to do cardio, which would be like kind of like walking, but I think probably at some point I'll have to get some good shoes. Depends. If you are not wearing the correct shoes and are walking on the street, it does not take long. Wear the Naft. Did you know? My shoes are. I need to buy some new walking shoes. I've had the same pair of shoes for a while, I mean, they work. They're definitely better walking than standing still shoes, if you know what I mean. Like, they work really great for, like, when I'm walking, but if I stand still, those shoes do not do anything at all. It's, and you know what's funny about talking about the best ways to get exercise and stuff is it all, like, really does depend on, like, the person, which is always fun, because, like, asking for advice basically is just like saying, I don't know if this will work for you, but you know, maybe. What? I just kicked something. My bad. When you accidentally kick something underneath your desk. I'm thinking, you know, I probably would have been smarter if I did this using the symmetry tool. I'll probably do that next. Asked me to walk her around the block so she could ride her scooter, and I was not wearing the correct shoes and regretted it the next couple of days. I have, not like fully flat, but I have a pretty flat foot, so, if I were to say stand in a long line for a couple of hours or for a couple of, like, 30 to 40 minutes, my feet definitely start to feel it in the heel. There are some shoes I need to get, because I would start getting a lot of foot pain, so I went to a doctor, and they're like, yeah, you got a bone spur. You got a bone spike. And I'm like, oh, great. My bones are spiky. And they're like, we could shave it off with surgery, but, like, that's really invasive, so I guess I'm just, like, slowly becoming a sand shrew or a sand slash. It's gonna be, you know, wear the right shoes, work out responsibly and effectively. It's not, you know, it's somewhat genetic. So, in a sense, like, I'm not super, like, you know, it's like, it does suck, but it could be worse, you know? Dude, can you imagine if you're a superhero and your power is that your foot is spiky? With just a little bit. Just a little spiky. But look for shoes for that can handle any situation. So that's actually, when we went to, places for winter, I actually had to get a pair of shoes specifically for the snow because I super don't have any. So I was thinking about going back to that store and looking at their hiking shoes. It was a pair of from Columbia. We went to a Columbia outlet around where my parents live, and I got a good pair there. My superpower is golf shoes. Golf shoes? Why specifically golf shoes? Are you saying because of my bad feet? Are you saying because I got flat feet? Listen, they spiky. Oh, yes. Now I understand. I didn't realize that golf shoes were spiky. I guess so that you can stay still when you hit the puck. I mean, the golf ball. Because, I mean, I understand that, like, soccer shoes are spiky. I think I want... I've got... Yes, I did say puck. I don't know sports. I don't know things. I don't get stuff. So what if I did, like... I don't want it to be... The problem, too, and then this comes into, you know, art in itself, is you don't want your design to be too complicated. Okay, food made. Hello, I am sat and watching. What did you make for food, by the way? I had mac and cheese. I had Kraft mac and cheese. Cause we've got no meat in this house. We gotta go shopping for some meat later. So I can make stir fry. I play basketball and I condition a lot to a point where my legs and body get tired. That's actually super awesome. When I was in high school, I used to do cross country, and so a lot of the stuff that I think about when I do stuff with walking and stuff is actually a part of that. Also, Ashtif, no, you didn't miss me. I'm here for at least another 3-ish hours. I don't know math. I've been here. You know what I'm saying? Ollie, cool. Welcome back. I hope your drive was safe. I hope you had a good, safe drive. And I hope that nobody gave you any trouble and all that stuff. Made some oatmeal and apples because this is my breakfast. I'm a mess right now. You are listen. I ate Kraft mac and cheese. That was my breakfast and my lunch. I get you. Solidarity, Zab. But that being said, I wish I liked oatmeal because oatmeal it's just too mushy for me. But like I love the concept of oatmeal. I love it. I love that. Are you master of shift nobody? No, I do. Huh? Shift. Oh, the shift knobby thing yet. That's so the car that you got was for links. Yeah, that's good because honestly, for sure. Naft, that was me at the when I was starting to get into doing stuff for Twitch and talking with everyone. I was definitely in the avoid work. I understand that. And I do also understand if you need to focus, let me know if I can help. I don't know how to help, but I can try. Because I do understand. I big get that. When the hubby has the shift knobby thing. Why? Don't think too hard about it. Don't think too hard about it. It's fine. I'm a perfectly normal human being. I still got my sport SUV. Do you guys name your cars? I don't have a name for my car. I probably should, but I don't. I think my sister named her car, which is like a Kia Mini Coupe. His name's like Delilah, and like he wants to put the little eyelashes on it. My car is Car. I've had it. It's my first and only car, and it do work. My car was my sister's car before mine, and she named it, so it's stuck with Henry. Oh man, Henry. I haven't since my first car because I named it and promptly got in a car accident 2 weeks after, so I don't. Linkle, you sound like a kid who lives on a farm and is like, I don't name the farm animals anymore. I don't want to go through that trauma again. I am so sorry that happened though. God. My car's name is Honkers. I love that. Did you spell it with the Z specifically? We try to eat 2.5 meals per day and make sure it's less calories. I think what I'm gonna have to do for that, because that is actually something that I'm having to work on, is eating proportionally certain meals throughout the day, because I have a tendency to just eat like one meal, call it a day. And let me tell you what that does to your metabolism. Bad things. I don't recommend it. The body loves to maintain. So if it freaks out because you're only eating once a day, it's bad. I do eat. I eat plenty. Just at one time. At one time of the day. Maybe two. It can be really bad. But I do eat the amount of calories you're supposed to eat, but it's like once. I gotta spread my I do. I gnar. I'm getting better. I used to be super bad. I know. It's not good. Do not listen to Nickel. Do not eat one meal. You gotta eat at least P2 with a couple of snacks. We started to get last year. Started to get trail mix and make our own trail mix. Which was really tasty if you like trail mix, so like cashews and peanuts and a little bit of M&Ms. Not too much, a little. Pretzels. Raisins for some, mostly for me. If I'm really hangy. It's hard, especially because I will tell you, speaking about eating, do you need to go eat? Is it eat time? Gotta go get some eat. They call it trail mix because it's a nice snack on a trail, or because it looks like tiny little pebbles on the trail? That is such a good question. Avo! Avo! I'll eat some food. I don't know what you have in your house. But definitely go ahead and make yourself a nice little sandwich of some kind. Pasta. Pasta good. I do need to get more bananas because I find that bananas help if my legs start cramping. That's true. What kind of pasta? Do you got linguine? Like the man from Ratatouille? Do you got elbow? Spagoot with pesto. Oh, that sounds amazing. So, do you make the pesto yourself? Like, I haven't had pesto in a long time. I think the last... No, that's not true. I think I had it when I went to, like, an Italian restaurant, but, like, you know. Have a good day today, Kenneth. Thanks for hanging out. It is always a blast. You're so funny. We'll have to talk more, and I might borrow that book of yours. I don't know how I'm gonna get it, but I'd like to check that book out. Also, I keep zooming in and out because I'm not quite sure what I'm trying to do. Because I kind of like the idea that I've got going on here, but I feel like it's sort of... feels a little kiddish. Pancake! Hi! Hi! Hello! How are you today on this fine day? That's why I eat pesto. Smart. Once the spike comes down, I would love to go and visit you. I'm actually not in the Lando, but wait, yes, I do know what you mean now. But yes, I would like to meet. I would like to hang out some. I didn't know which part you were talking about. No, I'm kind of keeping it vague at the moment, but there are two different kinds of Landos in my brain. So yes. Oh. Are you doing gym right now, Keela, or are you gonna go later? Because, like, I hope that if you go now, I hope you have a good time doing stuff for gym. I feel like, okay, so I know that I want more flowers on this. But I feel like, I'm just not sure about, maybe instead of doing this, maybe I'll do... Like, I kind of like this. I would still like to know who this character is and why are you going to stab with sword. I did not realize you asked. I am so sorry, Ashtif. This is Emil, Advo's OC / persona. And I'm drawing a character reference sheet. So I'm kind of doing the whole thing. I'm doing we got the full body sketch here that I got going on. I'm working out the overall sketch of the sword. I'm kind of trying to feel it out. So yeah. I'm doing pretty good, just sleepy. I am also sleepy because I went on a walk today. And I have the stamina of a snail. So I understand that. I'm doing good. I hesitate to call it full-time streamer because I don't really know if I could consider what I do to be a full-time thing. However, I quit my job, and I am currently I'm doing this. I'm doing more commission work. I wanted to have time for this. You know what I'm saying? Not till an hour for gym. Oh heck yeah! I think when Trace gets home, we want to go on another walk because I've been doing it in the morning when he gone. So I feel bad because then he don't get to do walk. So maybe we walk together later. I hold his hand and we walk. You know, professionally. Yeah, don't stab Ashtiff. No, unless it's part of Disrupt. If it's part of Disrupt, legally, you have to stab Ashtiff. But, like, only up if it... I'm joking. Ah! Also, Linkle, thank you so much for 8K towards the community drawing stream. And Advo, thank you so much for 6K. Oh god. If we get that going, I will have to actually... I think I'm gonna raise that to 29 days. Professional hand holder, I could do that, yes. Check my posture, you promise? Okay. Well, I guess Trace gotta do double the walk. Oh, true, but doesn't that mean I do triple the walk? I mean, I'm the one who needs to do more walking than he does, because, you know, 450k in like 16 days won't be possible. Yeah, I'm definitely going to increase the time on that. I also don't know if 450k is too much even in 30 days. So I think it gives you like an idea of how many people need to donate every day. Thank you, Pancake, for donating. I will look into like I figured it was like it's hard because I don't think that like you know that nobody comes obviously because I do have you guys here, so I just didn't know like what's considered, you know, the amount of points that people make, because it's a math thing and I'm an artist. I definitely am not quite sure how much is too much in terms of the Twitch bat. Oh, so music is pretty loud. I can lower it a little bit. I might lower it on YouTube instead of lowering it through OBS. How's that? Until this song came on. Townie by Junior State! Ah! I will turn it back up then in a second. Not really, since you do that in the morning. He gotta make up in the morning, so basically, no, you're fine, just he has to catch up. Alright, I'll let him know. When he gets off work, I'll let him know that you said that. I'll beat him up. But like, with my words about that. Because we get very tired easily, and I know it's because we basically, you know, after work, we're tired, but we need to make time to bring energy into our life so that we are no longer tired. So, what if I do like this? Where it's like, you know how like they have the like this? I want it to be pretty organic, which is why I don't think I like doing the straight line here. Only straight line on weight-bearing leg and nowhere else. Okay? In this house. Listen. But so I'm really spending a lot of time on this, and I don't know if I'm would only be on one side and not on both. So then, oh, for this part here, I think is it on the bottom or is it on the top? Is it on the top? I imagine it makes more sense for it to be on the top, like that. What I usually do when you get tired the same first time, take a break, go again, get tired, then break and repeat. That sounds like what I used to do in high school, so that makes sense to me. Like, what if I did... Oh, oops. I actually really appreciate the advice, by the way, Killa, because it helps motivate me to keep doing what I'm doing. It's encouraging me to keep it up. So I really appreciate it. Thank you. If it's top or bottom depends on how you hold it. Darn it! Okay, quick, we gotta decide whether or not... gotta decide whether or not Emil holds it from the top or the bottom of this sword. I've decided this way. Although this is more just like a... I think what I want to do is... I'm gonna remove this one here too. And I'm gonna do... You would hold it so that it protects your knuckle and the parts above. So yeah, that makes sense. What if we do... I want to do like a circle here. Like this. And then I want to put a big ol' rose here, although I don't know if that's like... I probably don't want to put it too far up the sword. Because I don't want it to be too, like, far up here. I appreciate that. Keela. I really do. So when I talk about what I'm doing for like trying to work out and stuff, you can by all means just like give me your advice, because like I'm always looking for better ways to go about doing it. I've always had a trouble with working out. It's not my favorite thing at all, but it's important. So you know, I'm just trying to make it happen as much as I can. I'm just a cat who hates to work out. I don't know how my cats do it. All they do is sleep. Oh, also, I think I did consider is making the blade like coming. Oh, yes. Duh, dude, that's exactly the thing for me too, Zab. Is because I want to get buff, right? I want to get buff, but then that requires like time and effort. My name is Naft, and it's Monday, and my brain is in the gutter. It's okay, Naft. My brain is always in the gutter. I'm just trying to keep myself from just saying everything that comes out of my brain. Because when I said top or bottom, my brain went. But you know, we're adults here, right? It's a Monday, isn't it? I don't like working out as well, but I like it always way to become a better person. Yeah, I always like the way working out feels, which is why I keep trying to make it happen, because I love the way that I feel after I work out. But I hate the way I feel while I'm working out. But the feeling afterwards, amazing. A great feeling. Everything after that, difficult. That's me being able to draw. I would love to, but I don't think I'm ever going to put in the necessary work. I think being slim buff is like, I know that water's like, pool swimming is supposed to be super good for that, because it's like a full body kind of thing. But Advo, if you ever want some advice on that, I will say, I know that Trace is also going to be trying to do, because he went to school with me, and we didn't graduate at the same time, but we have the same degree. But definitely he wants to try and get better actual physical drawing, like being able to have a good understanding of the actual art of drawing, because what he normally does is like three-dimensional stuff, so like 3D modeling and 3D graphics. So it's totally like, I think if you wanted to, you know, just a drawing a day, it's hard because it's really up to how much you want to get better at it, right? Because like me and Oni and everyone, we've been drawing 10,000 years, and so I started by drawing Powerpuff Girls, and they're like circles. They're just a bunch of circles. But like if you find like, sometimes like finding your favorite cartoon that inspires you and trying to draw similar to that helps, and then depending from there I think I actually want, so I think, sorry, my brain, I want the flower to be here. I think I just really like this idea. I thought that idea was really good. I'm gonna try and make it happen. But yeah, art is I could write a dissertation on art and then get my master's, but I won't, because that sounds like a lot of work. But it is what you make of it, you know? And it's all about, if you want to draw, I will literally, if you want to just share whatever you make, I will look at it and I'll love it, because I love art as its main source, which is to say, like, it's an emotional, intimate thing on paper. And like, it doesn't always end up that way, but that's like kind of the base core of why people draw, is because they have like an emotion or a feeling or a person or a place or whatever, and they want to put it on a piece of paper or on a digital tablet or in sculptures. It's like, it's however serotonin you decide to place on a piece of paper, even if the drawing itself doesn't inherently cause serotonin, like horror stuff, for example, which I really like. But like, it's about how it makes you feel. And the important thing about it, especially when you first start drawing, is to think about it kind of like how a kid does, which is, it's not about how good it is, it's about the fact that at the end of the day, you made it, you know? It's about how the process, sometimes the process can be a pain, especially when you're older. I do think that I found drawing easier as a kid because I didn't care about the result. And it gets harder as you get to become an adult because there's a certain expectation that you have that is difficult to emulate. So sometimes I feel like the best way to get started is just to not have any expectation and to just do it. And it's difficult to explain that because I feel like, you know, that's just something that is kind of a trial and error thing. Any fight anime has that motivation to be strong and stuff. Oh yeah, that's basic. Like, I mean, something, the thing that I was talking about at the beginning was like what inspires you is a lot of it. For me, if I ever draw, I missed the conversation. It's okay, Advo. It's okay. I just have a lot of feelings over about the reasons people draw. It's why I feel like I always sound like I'm like a brown noser, but I really love everything my friends draw because what I love more than anything is the fact that they took time and effort to make something and then want to share it with me. And so I've always got like a good thing to say about people's artwork. And then like when it's really good, I will have a lot to say about that too. But it's always important, in my opinion, to understand that the good is subjective. And it has some objectiveness to it, sure, but for the most part, good is entirely subjective. It is an entirely subjective thing. It's a hard thing to master, but it's an important thing to understand. The feeling when you're making something and you're like, oh, I love this actually, and can't stop looking at it is the best regardless of whenever it's technically skillful or not. Exactly. Like, I've been thinking about it with this drawing. Like, I actually, and sometimes it's why I take a long time with stuff, is because I'll oftentimes be staring at what I'm drawing because I'm thinking about how I like something or how I don't like something or how I want something, how something that I'm drawing could be better or worse, or how I could improve it is probably more appropriately worded. So like I really like, honestly, I want to try and implement this kind of thing that I got here. And then also here. Even do other commissions before if you want to. I would wait months for this. I want to try really hard to not make people wait months for things, but I appreciate your patience. My goal for this year is to not make people wait terribly long. Because I find that that's, you know, there's a lot to be said about how much something is deemed to take time, and that also depends on the person. But I think for me, it's always a matter of how much time am I actively putting towards a drawing and how much time am I thinking about the efficacies of art theft versus plagiarism versus inspiration. Because that's like that's like the other half of my brain. That's where my brain is. My brain is doing several things at once, but none of them inherently super great. But I'm you know, it's like it's a mixture kind of a thing. Let's see. So I kind of am actually a huge fan of this idea. I'm probably gonna look at some more, because I bet you money there's actually like a rapier design with a rose where it comes out like it's a giant thorn. So I might look at some for better reference of how to draw the actual rose. Because I'm assuming you want because there's different ways to draw a rose, right? Like you could draw it where it's like a really detailed, like how a rose actually looks, and you've got like all the different petals and stuff, and this is not a very good rose, but you get what I'm saying. Like you could do this. Or I could draw where it's a circle, and then like you draw like the idea of the rose, but it's still all within like a circle. You know what I'm saying? So like how much of how simple or as detailed we want it to be. Because doing it like where it's actually more like this is kind of similar to what they do in Revolutionary Girl Utena, which I do like, but I don't know if that's necessarily the vibe. It's about drive, it's about power, put in the work and take what out. I think that's like the human experience kind of put into a single statement in a sense. Like and I think that comes down to passion too. If we're gonna like and that kind of gets a little waxing poetic-y about it, which I'm very good at doing, by the way. But it's kind of true. Like and it's I think important to always remember that like your worth is not inherent to how good you do something. Your worth is inherent to you. And I'm getting really kind of philosophical here, but I just think it's important to remind everyone that you are important even if life is hard. It is important and something. I'm being a little mushy, but I mean it. Because it's something I have to tell myself to a lot, is like I'm spitting facts, but I feel like my facts are a little out of order. But maybe that's just how I feel, because I have a tendency to do that in my brain. But I do, I think it's an important thing to think about when good is good. Gonna make others happy. I understand that too, Ashif, which is why I enjoy streaming, because I enjoy the idea that whatever comes out of my mouth makes people laugh. I like to make people laugh. And I also like to draw. Person, don't cry, Niku, we are here for you. I won't cry, I promise. I'm just getting a little, a little deep here, too deep TM. Because I have a tendency to get very philosophical. I think I've said this before, but I've thought about being a psychologist before I ended up going into art. I was originally going to do psychology, and I decided against it because there's too much math. But I think I want to put the spikes here. Maybe that would be cool. That kind of removes the purpose of it being a safeguard, but since you kind of want there to be the ability to nick yourself somewhere, maybe that was fine. Like if it's like a single one, kind of like one kind of big one right here, maybe like we could do like 2, 3. I'm very good at adding and removing, totally. I feel like this is still I like how detailed this is with all of the different things, so maybe I just need to add more detailed rose vines. I could make this like a twisted thing, like it's like several rose vines, you know what I mean? Where it's like this. That might look good. If I do this, where I just kind of then I could go the other way. And then add a bunch of tiny little thorns on it. I don't know if that'll be enough, but that kind of looks cool. That's got an aesthetic to it. Got a little bit of thornage. Actually, I don't know, Zab. I'm kind of curious. When you do character references and I don't know if you draw a lot of weapons or items, but what do you usually do when you're thinking about the design? Because I'm trying to think about what it is that I'm thinking about here, but I don't normally draw a lot of weapons. I think the last time I drew a weapon I drew was for the L5R character in our tabletop game. That was the last time I drew a weapon. What I'm gonna do, I think I might. What if we make the whole thing kind of maybe Legend of the Five Rings? Don't listen. it's a fun game, but you know, it is a very Western view of Eastern culture. It's true. I've done weapons on some occasions, but not very often. Honestly, I think my best weapons were on paper, not digital. That's fair. What? I think, like, the biggest weapon I can think of, and by biggest, I just mean, like, the one you have for Issa. It's hard balancing form versus function, especially when it's, like, for me, knowing what a thorn, knowing how a sword would be, and then, like, how to make a really cool-looking sword that would be easy to, like, hold and, like, look good. Is basically what you said, but, like, you know. What if I do? Like, I was thinking, like, if I make like a sort of like a bundle of lines. I don't know if that will make it better, but like I am kind of just like really thinking out this, like, I just really like the rose aesthetic on rapiers. I blame myself mostly because I also have a vampire that uses a rapier, a plain looking one, but like they have a rapier like this. So I'm big, like, thinking about what a vampire rapier should look like. Especially one that uses it for their magic. So, like... And, like, they could have no thorns, actually, but then, like, maybe then I should remove all the thorns up here, make sure I have enough space. Silhouette-wise. So, like, I'm thinking about the silhouette here, and making sure you can read the two. If this is staying as an illustration, then silhouette, I feel, would just be the most important factor, and you're doing a great job with that. Thank you! I'm actually definitely trying to think about the silhouette, because it is just going to be for just 2D, unless, I don't know, I mean, if Advo wants to try and get it for 3D, then you probably would still need a turnaround. I am returned with pasta. Welcome back with pasta. We do love pasta. Is that actually how you say it in German? Do you actually say pasta like that, or is that just like a silly way of saying it? I'm just curious, because, you know, I'm always trying to learn. What is it's just it's just pasta and stupid. It's pasta and what? Like Samomamowicz. I do love a good Samomamowicz. Or like when people call my name Nimkle, which I actually really like, and it's far spread now. A lot of people call me Nimkle, and it's great. Honestly, I love the way that my nickname kind of gets turned around. It's good. Adding M's to things is good. I do it way more than maybe it should be done. So, like, I kind of like where I'm going here, but I wonder if this is too thick now. Because, like, I think that the important thing to think about, too, is that, rapiers are very simple. Love calling you Nimkle. It just, thanks. I actually, some of my, my sisters-in-laws and stuff are calling me that, too. I was like, no, they just call me, a lot of people call me Nickel, which is really funny. That's a whole story that I think I've probably gone on about, but it's similar to my actual name, which I think is why it kind of caught on as just a good nickname. But it's so funny how that kind of was just the thing that I came up with in high school, and it's just sort of stuck around. I could never change my username, and I could never change that. Yeah? It is 3. You are so good at telling time. He's so good at that. He's so good at telling time. Yeah? What? One second. I'm gonna deal with this. I'm gonna go deal with him. This is Scream R. It's hard to tell the two apart. I will have to try and go through the specifics between the two cats. Wait, he left. Are you good? Okay, he left. He's good. He left. It's because it's 3, which means Trace is gonna be coming home soon, but not now, but soon. So it's the time of day where he starts to ask me where I've hit him. I love those emotes so much. I just want you to know, Linkle. I especially, like, I love both of them, but I definitely feel the fierce in the fierce one. Like, that's, it just looks, it's just so good. I just, like, I can feel the acoustic look. Like, she's checking the acoustic so hard. And then the other one is just such a demanding thing, which is, oh, he's back. Yeah? You back? Yeah? What? I'm trying to draw. I'm trying to draw. The acoustics. It's what they're doing. I mean, he's trying to get my attention, but she's just screaming for the sake of it. I'm gonna put him up on the chair. Oh, wait, no, I don't. No, I'm streaming. No, you have food, you have water. I can't. It was Kenya. Hey, Dragon. It was Kenya. Enjoy your emotes and your sub. He has things to say. Let him speak. He's distracting me. 1 second. I'm gonna put him up on the chair. Maybe he'll be quiet. Where is he? Yeah. Yeah. Say hi to everybody. Say hello. Hello. Say hello. Meow. There we go. He has a lot to say. He do have a lot to say. But the difference between their voice is this. So Royce has a very, despite his stature, a very wimpy cry. He has a very whiny cry. And then Fierce has like... That's so funny. Is your cat actually looking at the screen? Because they have like that. Maybe Royce is actually just speaking to your cat. So like, Royce has a very whiny cry. And then Fierce has a very demanding cry. It's a very shrill kind of noise. It reaches a couple of decibels. You know, how they get in there. Attack scream. My mom's dog actually, one of my mom's dogs actually watches TV, and it's the weirdest thing in the world. I like, if he sees a dog on screen, that dog goes crazy. Like, he recognizes that a dog is there and he goes insane. They're on a Zoom call. Are you on a Zoom call? You on a Zoom call? I want to take... I don't have my phone on me. If I had a phone, I would do that. She watches the game Let's Play. She likes Dr. Phil. That's so funny. I think it's so funny to me the way that animals are, like, just... Because, like, watching an animal just sit down and watch TV is kind of surreal. I feel like, because it shows you that they are aware. They know what's going on. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to start going back to this design. Because, like, I kind of know how I want the clothing on this to look. I'm actually going to go back here. And I want to grab some more pictures of Advo. This one. Because I think I want it to have the coat, but I want to go back to the image reference here. Because I was actually a huge fan of this image. And I'll send it to you, Advo. I like the creepiness of this image. I just think it's super cool and kind of cryptic. So I might do the outfit a little bit like that. That's a concept my dog doesn't even bother with the TV. So, you know, I know a couple of dogs that, you know, so my mom has 2 dogs. One of them's named Charlie and the other one's named Cooper. And Charlie's the dog that watches TV, and Cooper wants nothing to do with TV. He doesn't care. He's just like, that's nice. But like, Charlie actively stares at the TV, and when he sees motion, he's like, oh shit. That shit. I just saw that thing move. Just that briefly. I'm petting my cat. I have big ideas. I have so many ideas that I would love to do. I would love to have a cat cam in the future. Probably not while I'm at this current place that I'm at, but I think that that would be cool. I don't know about y'all, but 2 more days. What happens in 2 more days? It's Wednesday in 2 more days. Hump day. I love outfits like that, so that's definitely great. More cats watch TV. So fun. I don't know. So I've gotten my ears to play with like I've gotten like an app on my iPad that's like a cat app. And I've gotten her to kind of play with it, but she mostly just stares at it and yells at it. I'm gonna go ahead and just start putting this all down into one layer because I'm bad. I'm actually gonna go ahead and put this down into layer 2. Screw it. This down into layer. This down into layer. All the sketches on one layer. And now we're gonna start mold. I'm wearing a t-shirt with a cat on it, and it's my favorite shirt, but I barely wear it because it's a white shirt. Oh yeah, I know that feeling. If I tell you, you will know the answer. That's true. That is Keela, that's so cryptic. If I tell you, you'll know the answer. I didn't realize that I was answering a wizard's riddle today. I'm gonna use a different pen. I want something a bit more like get a bit more of a better line. But this is still the sketch layer. I'm kind of tired of the wishy-washiness of the. That's not 50, that's 5. If you jump, your feet leave the ground. This is also true. 20. Happy almost birthday! Holy snap! How does it feel? That's awesome. I'm assuming. God, I hope I assumed that correctly. It's gonna be really funny if you're like, oh my god, no, it's not 22. It's the 22nd anniversary of, the show that I like, and I'll just be like, oh, well, my bad. Pigs. 22 pigs? I think the other cat walked by, but I don't know if she's gonna bother me. Or is she underneath? The thing about having these tall chairs is that, you know, I can never see what's going on underneath. Also, I will tell you this, Keela. In September, I had my 27th birthday, and I will tell you, getting old continues to happen, but you'll never feel old. At least I don't feel old. Like, I know that I am old, at least older, because I've been on the internet since I was 14, 13, probably closer to 12. So if you consider between 12 and 27, I've been using the internet for a long time, but I don't get certain things anymore. I don't understand things, and that's how I know that I'm old, because I no longer get stuff. And I feel like that's just kind of what happens is you stop getting stuff. Stuff stops making sense. Like memes. Some memes I still get. Like if I happen to catch the context of the meme, then, you know, then awesome. But if I don't get the context of that meme, forget about it. It's gone. I don't know anymore, dude. You know, it's whack. And I think that like the gestation period and the prognosis period and the gestation period, those are two different types of science things, I'm sure, but have gotten so small. Like, I feel like things used to take more time, but the way that things go nowadays is it's definitely like the amount of time that a meme is relevant definitely has shrunken in over, you know, the course of several decades. I look so young yet I'm old. I also feel that. I also have always had a baby face. I still do. I think that as I get older, though, I am losing it, but it's taking me some time. What even are memes? I don't. I'm trying to think of what's the recent meme that, like, really made me laugh. I think it was the Sesame Street thing with, Rocco. Despite me not having watched Sesame Street since I was a child, there is something very funny about Elmo wanting to McLose it over that other character who I forget the name of. Because she has a pet rock. Something about that. I in my bones, I understand that. Oh, speaking of looking like a kid, here's a good question. Advo, how is the facial structure, do you think, of Emil? Like, when you think of Emil, do you imagine, like, a very strong jawline? Or do you imagine, like, a more soft jawline? Because what I've got going on here, I would describe as soft. I'm gonna turn off the sound real quick, because I wanna watch this. Truly impressed how a character with very limited facial expressions can so clearly display murderous intent.